Okay, we are now live streaming. Before we go on the record, let's talk a little bit about the schedule. You all have mentioned wanting to schedule closing arguments on Monday. What time would you like? And then also, do you want it on the record?
We definitely want it on the record.
Okay. I will, Donna will not be able to be with us, so I'll arrange for another court reporter. And then the timing, what would you prefer?
I think we could probably have a 9 o'clock start for the closing. We don't have any East Coast or time zone concerns for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Davey doesn't.
Okay. Good. That'll be nice.
Want to do 10?
That's fine too. If we'd rather do 10, I'm okay with that.
10 o'clock's fine as well. I don't expect, hours upon hours of closing unless the board or.
No, up to you. Up to you. Whatever. If that works better, that's fine.
Yeah.
You want 10? Or you want 9?
Let's do 10. If that's okay. Is that okay with you, Chemo and Jay?
So I'm, given that I did a poor job of estimating how much time I would take with witnesses, I had previously estimated that I would need 45 minutes for closing. I think I need an hour at this point, and who knows how my estimates are. So my only thought is if we start at 10, we're not going to finish by lunch. And I don't know if that's good or bad. If we start at 9, maybe there's a hope that we could finish by lunch.
9's fine with me.
Yeah, 9 o'clock's fine. We can just push and do them all back to back and finish up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Jay, it's okay with you as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. 9 o'clock Monday then, and we'll plan on that. So are you all ready to go on the record and continue with the examination of Mr. Stanley? Okay. Donna, I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. Donna, let's go on the record, please. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon to you, those of you who are joining us from the East Coast. May I have appearances, please? Oops, Karen got out. Let me let her back in.
Is Donna not in?
No, Donna's here, but Karen left. So let me get her back in. Okay, I think Karen is with us now. All right, then let's take care of appearances and then pick up with the testimony.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chang. For the United States Navy this morning, we have myself, John McKay, Mr. Mike Law from the Office of General Counsel, and I'm joined by Ms. Marnie Riddle and Ms. Karen Minot from the Naval Litigation Office.
All right, good morning. Thank you. And for the board.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Chang. This is Ella Foley-Gannon from the law firm of Morgan, Lewis & Bacchius. I have with me here this morning my colleagues, David Brown and Uge Moman from Morgan Lewis as well as Jeff Lau from the City and County of Honolulu. And we have client representative Erwin Kawada, and our expert witness is David Norfleet and Nicole DeNovio.
Here we have some colleagues from Deloitte, Razan Azarkani and Catherine Jaggers.
Yes,
right?
we're here from Deloitte on behalf of the Navy.
Okay, and for the Sierra Club.
Aloha, David Frankel here for the Sierra Club.
And for the Environmental Health Office.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General James Page for EHA, along with client representatives Roxanne Kwan and Phoenix Grange.
All right, very good. Thank you, everybody. All right, Mr. Stanley, we are going to continue with the examination. I think we are at the point of turning it over to Ms. Riddle. Is that right?
No, I believe Ms. Gannon had additional cross-examination questions.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I forgot.
I won't take that as a slight to try to quiet me down.
No. Wasn't intended.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Stanley, and thank you again for your consideration with us last evening and for joining us again this morning. I wanted to go back. We had been talking yesterday, and in your testimony, we had talked about the fact that the underlying geology at Red Hill is heterogeneous, meaning it's a very complex system. Do I have that right?
Yes, generally it's various layers of different basalt flows, and then saprolite and valley fill in the valleys and so forth.
Right, so there's those multiple layers we had talked about. Is the bedrock fractured?
So it is, but let me explain that. So every time there was a flow from the Coolau, that flow would eventually cool, and then the would have cooling joints and fractures in it, and then you've got the Pohoi that would maybe fracture a little bit, but those fracture systems are confined to those individual flows. And then sometime after that, there would be another flow over that, and the same thing would happen, maybe slightly different aspects to the basalt, but it would have, each flow has its own fracture system. And then in between that, you've got clinker zones, which are basically like a coarse gravel, and there's no fracturing in that.
Excuse me, can I stop you for a moment, Mr. Stanley? Our computer froze for a moment, and oh, I've lost you again. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm having problems. Our computer keeps freezing.
Okay, let's go off the record and fix that.
Okay. 1 second. I think I'm gonna exit and come back because it seems to be just my computer. So I will leave and come right back.
All right. Okay, Ms. Gannon, you want to do a check?
Yeah, I think I'm okay now, but we're trying to get, Mr. Brown is having problems getting back in. If you could just indulge us for another moment.
Not a problem.
All right, we're not able to connect him, but he can hear it in the room through my speakers. So we'll proceed. Can I ask the court reporter to read back the answer to the last question, because I wasn't able to hear it, or I could just re-ask the question and you could re-answer it, Mr. Stanley. But I guess if you could read it back, I'd like to know what's in the record. You're on mute, Ms. Baba.
Yes, I was, sorry. Answer. So it is, but let's explain. So every time there was a flow from the Ko'olau, that flow would eventually cool, and then the A'a would have cooling joints and fractures in it. And they have, you've got the pahoehoe that would affect that a little bit, but those fracture systems are confined to those individual flows, and sometime after that there would be another flow over that, and the same thing would happen, maybe slightly different aspects to the basalt, but it would have, each flow has its own fracture system. And then in between you've got clinker spines, which is like a coarse gravel.
Thank you. Was that your complete answer, Mr. Stanley, or were you saying more? I'm sorry.
I think that sounds about right.
Okay. Again, the way that these fractures and these layers with various permeability interact, that's going to influence the way that fluids or vapors, including those that could be related to release fuel into this environment, how they would move. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so when you're assessing where fuel may or may not be located, you need to take into account things like fractures and lava tubes and preferential pathways. Is that correct?
Well, we have to take into account everything. We think where most of the flow is going to take place are in the clinker beds. And so we put a special emphasis on that. And the site, if you look at the TFN analysis, the transfer function noise analysis, it behaves like what we call an equivalent porous media. So there's enough fracture density there that it behaves similar to what you would see in unconsolidated sediments.
Right, but again, as you said in your testimony, it's heterogeneous, right? So it's going to vary throughout this environment. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's why we put that geologic model together.
Right, and you described the geologic model, and you said that you have a detailed understanding of the subsurface near the tanks and the local conditions. Is that correct?
So we used all the borings that were available to us, which were a huge number, both on top of Red Hill and adjacent to Red Hill. We used the seismic, we used the well logs, and integrated all of that data and other data into the geologic model.
So that's all reflected, all of those things are reflected in your geologic model?
To the best we could.
And to be able to understand that, again, you need to have that data and you need to have the model that was used to refine and understand that data. Is that right?
If you look at our reports, that model is described in one of the reports. All the data that went into that is provided in that report, and the cross sections, the geologic cross sections, are also shown in there.
But what I'm trying to understand, like when you have a model, you take the data and you put it into a model, like there's a model file, right? That takes and interprets that data, right? Is that correct?
Well, sort of. So they'll take what they call shape files from the geologic model. So right. The model has different layers in it. And our model has 9 layers from the land surface down to the freshwater saltwater interface. And we take shape files, the configuration of the geology at these different layers, and integrate that into the model for the geology.
And so you've looked at those shape files?
I've looked at some of them, yes.
So I want to turn now to the IRR, just to make sure I understand sort of the level of understanding we have about this complex geological surface. If we can pull up the IRR. This is exhibit B339. And do you recognize this, Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
And what is this report?
It's the investigation and remediation of releases report that we submitted to the agencies, I believe on March 25th of last year.
Okay, thank you. And if we can go to page 52 of the PDF. I think it's up, okay. Paragraph that starts with this information. Oh, we had it highlighted. Okay, so looking at this paragraph under 3.3.4, which is entitled Uncertainties Related to Potential Remedial Alternatives. Can you start reading here where it says this information? If you can see this cursor.
This information was used to support the remedy selection process, but it is important to recognize that significant uncertainties are associated with the nature of any release, particularly future releases that will impact the selection, design, implementation, and performance of remedial alternatives discussed within this report.
And again, this was authored by the Navy, is that correct?
Well, there were a bunch of us that were working on it, but it was on behalf of the Navy, yes.
Right, so yeah, I understand that somebody didn't sit down. This is a huge report, so I understand one author didn't sit down and do it, but it was done on behalf of the Navy and submitted to the agencies. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then looking down at table 3.3, and my understanding is that this is a list and a description of all the kind of site uncertainties that could affect the remedial alternatives. Is that accurate?
Generally, that's accurate. So what we try to do, and like we were talking about yesterday, there's some level of uncertainty associated with everything we do. And that's why we undertook the multi-model approach. We were trying to bound a lot of these uncertainties, but from the perspective of looking at remedial alternatives, there are different things that can affect, like we were talking about holding capacity yesterday. Mm-hmm. So the first thing up here, we've got release location. The holding capacity at a tank in the lower part of the Red Hill is going to be lower because it's got a thinner thickness of basalt. If you go up higher, it's got a thicker thickness of basalt, and so all these things, and then affect what might happen if there's a release.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like a release from one tank might behave very differently than a release from another tank.
Just Google EPA Red Hill.
Is that right?
I don't know if I'd say very differently, but it could behave somewhat differently.
Right. So again, if a release from one tank, you might be able to see it at a certain monitoring well. From another tank, you might not see it that well. You could see it at a different well.
Well, what we're talking about there is basically how the release might behave in the environment. It's a function of how much is released, where in the hill it's released, right, what part of the tank it's released in. So all that affects, what the final outcome of the plume looks like.
Okay. And if we can go to the next page of this. And if we can look at the section that says local geology at Red Hill, do you see that? Oh, go up a little bit.
There you go.
There it is. You see that? It's like the third one down. Can you read that section to me?
You want me to read that?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So this is with respect to the local scale geology at Red Hill. Due to the heterogeneous nature of the basalts beneath Red Hill and the limited amount of soil borings and monitoring wells that are available to evaluate local geology, it is impossible to develop a detailed understanding of the geology at a local level. The CSM of the local geology provides the best understanding with the information currently available, but that provides only reasonable accuracy at a regional, sub-regional level.
Right. So again, the way I understand this is it's saying we can't really have a real certain understanding of the geology at Red Hill specifically, particularly with the kind of limited monitoring wells and borings that have been done. So we have some understanding of it, but it certainly is limited by the data that's available and the complexity. Is that accurate?
I would say this. No matter what site you have, there's always going to be some uncertainty. You're never going to know exactly where things are at. And here we have a pretty good understanding of where the past releases are at based on the data we've got, but we may not know exactly, within 100 feet or so or whatever, where that stuff is at. Laterally, not
and at this site, 100 feet is pretty important because that's the difference between the tanks and the
no,
groundwater, right?
Laterally, not vertically.
But just for scale purposes, like 100 feet that's the distance we're talking about.
Right, but like I said in the natural source zone depletion study, we showed evidence with those thermal profiles in the wells that residual hydrocarbon looked to be retained within 30 feet or so below the tanks.
Okay, I was going to talk about something else, but let's go back to the thermal profiles, and I want to make sure that I understand that. So again, your conclusion that you know
sounds like look at again.
I'm sorry, are you getting feedback?
Karen and John are not muted, I think.
Apologize.
No problem. Okay, we're good. I apologize, Mr. Stanley. I thought that doesn't sound like my voice echoing, but but it might be. Again, when we were talking about this yesterday, I just want to make sure that I understand this because I think it's pretty important. So the basis for your conclusion of where the 2014 release went, you said you didn't actually find the fuel. You know where it's located because of a temperature change. Can you just describe that to me again?
Sure, let me give it a try. So we were talking about holding capacity of the basalts beneath Red Hill and their ability to sorb fuel or hydrocarbon that's released into them, right?
Yep.
And as that's held within that basalt, it starts undergoing natural source zone depletion or biodegradation. And when biodegradation takes place, it generates CO2, it generates heat, and it generates water. And so what we did in the natural source zone depletion study was we looked at the CO2 that was being generated from that, and we looked at the thermal profiles in the wells to sort of establish where we were seeing a heat signature below the tanks. And it's similar to a compost pile, like I was saying yesterday.
Right.
We've never had a compost pile that generates heat. So these wells were sort of differentiating the heat signal from background versus what's being generated from biodegradation.
Okay, so do you know, does the EPA and the Department of Health agree with this interpretation?
We've published a peer review. This site is a little unique, and let me explain that. There are a lot of studies on natural source zone depletion, but this site is unique in that the tunnel system is under negative pressure. So it acts like what we call a soil vapor extraction system. The air within the basalt is flowing into the tunnel, and it has a high oxygen content. And that's generating a lot, that's helping a lot of that biodegradation. So there's no methane. When you see, typically when you see a site like this, it generates methane, it goes anaerobic, generates methane, and then that methane migrates further to the surface, and then you start seeing the heat signature. Because there's no methane here, because there's so much airflow through the system, it's highly aerobic, it has a high amount of oxygen, so the heat signature is a little different. And that's why we published the paper in the Journal of Contaminant Hydrology. And that's why we worked with a specialist at the USGS, Dr. Barbara Beacons, to evaluate this.
But I understand that, but did the EPA and the DOH say that they agree with this?
I think they've had some questions. We haven't sat down to see exactly what they think or, you know, what their exact technical disagreements might be, but
Okay.
it's peer reviewed.
If we could pull up Exhibit B 352. I want to show you a letter and get your thoughts on it. One second, sorry. We're having a little, for some reason, we're having computer difficulties this morning. 1 second. I might be able to pull this one up. Okay, have it open.
Can we go off the record a moment? Karen and David, you both left the panel for a moment. Was that because of problems or was it because you had to attend to something else and
Nope,
like?
my document's gone.
I was having computer issues and connection issues.
Okay. And then David, how about you?
Yeah, David is also having computer problems.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there's anything I can do on my side. I think so. Connection seems to be good for everyone else.
It may be an issue of everyone updating their Zoom as Kimo suggested earlier.
Oh, everyone not having done that.
There are almost like daily updates to the software.
Mm. Okay, I haven't done that either.
Yeah, I didn't do that either.
Ella, you still having problems?
It's loading now, so we should hopefully have it in a second.
So what is happening? You're losing the Zoom connection?
Not this one. This was just an internal computer problem that happened.
Okay.
So 1 second, we'll get there. Now it's up there. Do you want to go back on the record?
All right, let's go back. Let's go back on the record.
Okay. So, oops. We're not being able to see it. We're trying to look again at the IRR. CSM, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a conceptual site model, and I think we pulled this up yesterday. Do you recognize this, Mr. Stanley?
Yes, it's the last version of the conceptual site model that was submitted. Well, yeah, we did submit it June 30th, 2019.
Okay. And this was dated, 2019, right? If we go to page 938, please, of the PDF. And I think I said that for the record that this is Exhibit B 352. I'm sorry, if we can just indulge for 1 second, I apologize. We seem to be having a problem. Let me see if I can get this document right. I apologize. I apologize. Maybe if we could take a 5-minute recess, we can hopefully just work this out, and so we can move faster through the documents.
Yep. Let's go off the record. Ms. Gannon, we have the option of having other people do the screen share. I could put 352 up on the screen, for example.
Oh, if you can do that, that would be fine.
Okay, and then let me do that, and you tell me what page you want. Let's see if that helps.
Or I think we maybe have it. Let me see if we can maybe do it if this works. But I appreciate that if we were having problems going forward, I can let you know which pages.
Okay, you don't need me to share it then?
Not at this moment. I think we're okay.
All right.
Are we on the record again?
Okay, hold on. Let me get out of.
Sorry about that.
No, let me get out of my screen share. Okay, let's go back on the record.
Okay, thank you. So again, if we can go to, this is again the conceptual site model that we were just discussing. Let's go to page 938 of the PDF. And it's at the bottom of the page. And starting here at the end, I guess you've got the cursor, so that where it says the groundwater temperature, can you read those last couple sentences for
And
me,
if you
Mr.
could,
Stanley, please?
if you could increase the font, that would help.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Is that better? Oh,
Much.
that's too big.
Much. No, that's good. That's good.
Can you see it, Mr. Stanley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So starting with the groundwater temperature in the bottom paragraph there.
Okay. You want me to read that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
The groundwater temperature in RHMW03 measured during sampling has remained unchanged at about 26.5 degrees centigrade since first sampled in 2005 to present, indicating that the temperature profile recently measured by the Navy likely existed when RHM03 was first drilled.
And if you can read the next sentence too, please.
As a consequence, this locally elevated temperature does not directly relate to the migration or distribution of LNAPL arising from the 2014 release, but relates at least predominantly to past releases.
So that was the view of EPA and DOH regarding the reliability of temperature in predicting where the release went. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
What does that sentence mean?
But as we did the thermal profiling, we looked at temperature above the water table and below the water table. What we're saying, and this is the Navy report, I believe, what we're saying here is the temperature profile at the water table has remained unchanged. And so there's evidence, since we've been looking at this. So the evidence is there was already something that was elevating the temperature from a prior release in that area. And that's not related to the 2014 release.
So where is the temperature change that's related to the 2014 release?
It's an RHMW02.
And where is the documentation of that?
It's in the CSM and in the IRR.
You probably don't know the page numbers off the top of your head.
No, ma'am.
Where we can find it. So maybe at one of the breaks we can look at that and we can talk about that then in our recross. The way I was reading your testimony was that you were relying also on the results from monitoring well 3. So that's not accurate.
No, that's true. We looked at thermal profiles in wells 1, 2, and 3.
But then you saw no difference in 3. So that didn't impact your interpretation.
Right.
So you weren't relying on that at all.
we know that natural source zone depletion is happening at 3. We documented that. But what we see at 2 is more indicative of what we'd expected from the 2014 release.
Okay, so I said, but if we can find that, we could talk about that. If we can have an opportunity to do a recross later, and we can look at that particular data, because I'm not familiar with that data. But thanks for walking through that. And we've talked about the importance of looking for and finding LNAPL. Can you again describe sort of why that would be important when you're investigating fuel release and remediating a site?
Sure, let me give that a shot again. So when there's a fuel release or any type of release of a hydrocarbon that's less dense than water, it migrates from the release point down to the subsurface, and as it's doing that, it's absorbing into the soil. And then if there's enough of a release, it could potentially get to groundwater. And then when it gets to groundwater, because it's less dense than water, it tends to, from a layman's perspective, pond up and move on top of the groundwater surface on what's known as the water table. And so we have monitoring wells in place to try to identify where those zones are. And we can identify that either through the liquid NAPL or the dissolved phase constituents that might be getting into the monitoring well.
And so again, so this is really going to be one of the really critical importance of monitoring wells underneath the tank farm itself, right?
It's important. I think just as important or more importantly is looking at the chemical constituents in the groundwater and understanding what the contaminant behavior is overall. And that's just one aspect of it.
But it's something that's usually included in like a remediation site where you have the potential for LNAPL to be present. That's usually part of the things that you'd be trying to measure, right? You'd be looking to see if it's in the groundwater, and if it's there, you'd want to measure it and understand it, right?
Yes, I'll give you an example of that. One of my first projects in Hawaii was in the 80s at a service station in Kapahulu, where we had actual free-phase hydrocarbon in our monitoring wells. And I ended up putting in a recovery well. I think it was maybe the first recovery well in Hawaii to pump that hydrocarbon out of the ground. Here, we see no evidence of free-phase hydrocarbon that's continuing to migrate.
But again, we see no evidence really just of LNAPL at 2 wells, because we talked about earlier that monitoring well 1 is not installed properly, so it can't tell us whether there's LNAPL on the top of the groundwater surface. Is that right?
You can see it indirectly. So even if you don't have LNAPL in a well, there's dissolved phase constituents associated with that, and you would see that when you sample the chemistry of that well.
But there's a reason that you look for LNAPL itself, right? So I mean, the indirect indications with all this complexity, it's just another layer of uncertainty. If we can't actually look at the top of the groundwater monitoring, right? That's why we look at it.
Right, and that's why we're in the process of replacing that well as we speak.
Right, and right, but at this time, when we're looking at this, the conditions and the permit application, all we have is 2 wells that can speak to this. Is that right?
Not really. If you look at the chemistry in RHMW1, there's nothing in there that indicates at all that there's any NAPL anywhere close to that.
Do the agencies agree, the EPA and the DOH, that there's sufficient information to make this determination?
They agree that I think we all agree the well needs to be replaced. I don't know if I've talked, we probably have talked about this. We've had a lot of meetings back and forth over the years. But that's why we're replacing the well.
Can we pull up exhibit B345, please? I'm going to pull up here B345, which is a letter from EPA and DOH that kind of speaks to this. And it's dated February 23, 2018. We can get it up here. And in 2018, you were already involved in the project. Isn't that right, Mr. Stanley?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we can go down to first off, just read what the letter is about. So we have the ray line here, right, which says it's comments on ongoing work to satisfy Red Hill AOC statement of work requirements and 7.23. So is this kind of one of those work plans that we talked about yesterday that have been developed since you'd received, or the Navy had received all those negative comments on their scope of work? Is this one of those things that would have been kind of ongoing to respond to those and what you call the work plan? Is that right?
I'm not sure. This appears to be the statement.
We can scroll down. You can take a look at the letter. We can scroll down. Are you familiar with this now?
I
can give you a second to read it. It's okay. Tell me when you've read this.
Okay.
And when you're ready to go down further.
Okay.
Move down, please. Let us know when you've been able to read that last paragraph, and then we can go to the next page.
Okay.
And if we can just read these conclusions in these 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you wouldn't mind reading those. Sure. I know it's continuing to make you use your voice too much, but if you wouldn't mind reading those, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. The Navy and its consultants appear to be drawing conclusions prematurely about key aspects of the model that strongly influence groundwater flow and contaminant fate and transport well before the development and calibration of the interim model has been completed and reviewed. The Navy and its consultants' current approach to simplify the hydrostratigraphy within the interim model may not render a conservative evaluation of potential groundwater flow and contaminant migration. Characteristics of the underlying conceptual site model presented by the Navy and its consultants are not sufficiently supported by data collected at the site. The Navy and its consultants have not presented a strategy or framework for evaluating the uncertainty associated with the results attained from the model. The Navy and its consultants' initial analysis of non-aqueous phase liquid transport, fate and transformation in the unsaturated zone is not likely conservative and appears to be inconsistent with the data collected at the site.
Thank you. So again, the concern I have when I read this is it appears that the Navy and the Department of Health and the EPA have continued to have concerns about the conclusions that are being drawn from the amount of data that's available. Is that what the concern is being expressed here?
So I think this relates to the interim model process, and there's different technical people have different perspectives. Doesn't mean one's right or wrong, and this was their perspective at the time. We've had multiple, I think maybe almost 35 technical working group meetings to try to resolve this stuff. And as we developed the final model, the agencies presented us with a list of concerns And we try to address all those concerns in the current model.
But that current model hasn't been approved. Is that correct?
It's been submitted, that they haven't gotten back to us on that yet.
Right. So the last communications that we have from the Navy and the EPA are consistent with this, that there were still ongoing concerns that kept being identified about the models and the assumptions and the conclusions. Is that correct?
Not quite. We have what we call groundwater model working group meetings. And that allows the stakeholders to get together to talk about different aspects of the model. We have technical working group meetings that allows the agencies to talk about perhaps technical aspects of different components of this. And so the really good thing about those meetings, it gives us a chance to work together to try to resolve ongoing issues and reconcile these types of issues.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's this ongoing conversation, but the concern I have is we have this application pending right now. And the last communication we have from the agencies on this was the TUA decision, where they denied, again, a major document from the Navy. And one of the reasons, and part of the reasons that we talked through this yesterday, for that denial was their ongoing concerns about the modeling and the ability to handle the releases. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at that document and see where it says that. I know there were various concerns. I think most of them related to how the two were basically documented. We
can pull that up again if that's helpful, because we talked through those yesterday.
That would be helpful.
You want to talk through those again? Okay, sure. We can do that. If we can pull up, I think that maybe 75. So again, I think we talked about this yesterday, but do you recognize this, Mr. Stanley? This is from the US EPA and the State Department of Health. And again, it was the response to the tank upgrade or alternative decision, or the TUA decision document, dated October 26, 2020. You recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we move down? And it said, keep going. And again, attached to that letter, which we talked about yesterday, where they found that there's too many uncertainties and there wasn't enough support for it. And then there was this in the beginning of the attachment A, which goes through in detail their comments and their problems of it, that they say that the alternative doesn't adequately mitigate release risk. Do you see that in the highlighted section there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's at the end of it. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we can go down. There's part of this, that the considerations weigh into the considerations of the groundwater understanding and some of the assumptions that had to be made about the ability to mitigate it. And we can go to those sections. I'm having trouble seeing it because my pictures are in the wrong place. I can't read it the way it's shown right now. You have to make it slightly smaller and move it over to the left. There. Can you still read that?
It's a little small.
Okay, that's, how about that? Can you read that?
It's still a little small. I can try to change. There, that's good.
Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so you can move down. You can move down this one, but I'd like to get to the comments that are. Hold on. Go to page 23. So the first comment up here speaks to groundwater modeling being done by the Navy. Can you read that section?
I don't know if this is related to what the EPA said or what's in the public comments that were provided to the EPA.
This is the EPA's response to the comments that were submitted.
But as part of that, they had a bunch of public comments. It's not clear to me if these were the public comments or the EPA's comments.
Okay. If we can scroll up. So this is a response to comments, right? Is that what this attachment is called?
The document speaks for itself.
Okay, all right, can you read what this document is called?
This attachment or the document?
This attachment, it says attachment B and then it says what this is. Can you read what this is?
Sure. Red Hill tank upgrade alternative and release detection proposal response to comments.
Okay. So can we go back down to the. Real quick. There we go. So this section again says, can you read this first one?
The groundwater modeling being done by the Navy is flawed. Groundwater modeling work is ongoing. The Navy recently submitted a report describing their multi-model approach to flow modeling titled Groundwater Flow Model Report dated March 25th, 2020. The objective of the multi-model approach was to create several models to better account for uncertainty in this very complex setting. The regulatory agencies are currently reviewing this document.
Okay, so there was a comment here and the regulatory agencies don't say that they've agreed with it or approved it. Is that correct?
We haven't gotten a response back from them.
Okay.
Or they haven't given us an approval or denial response.
Okay. And so again, and you're right, this is characterizing comments that they are received, but the point of this is that the regulatory agencies, again, have not said anywhere in writing, including as recently as October 26, 2020, that they agree with that the groundwater modeling is not flawed or that the modeling efforts are not deficient. That's the way I read this. Do you read this differently?
I guess the main point is the last sentence. The regulatory agencies are currently reviewing this document, and we will continue to have ongoing discussions about that modeling.
Right. I understand that, and it's what I'm just trying to tease out and understand and see if you understand, if we could find anywhere in writing support for the fact that the regulatory agencies have reviewed the documents and approve and agree with conclusions.
I don't think I understand your question.
So in this application process, we have to make a determination based upon the data that's available today. And so what I'm trying to understand is when you're describing these documents and the models and the things that you're relying on for your conclusions in your testimony, whether there has been approval or agreement by either the EPA or the DOH with those underlying documents.
No, well, the IRR and the groundwater flow model report are still under review, but we continue to have ongoing discussions, technical meetings with the agency on different aspects of all this.
Sure, but they haven't ended up with an approval. And so again, which I understand that those conversations are happening. It's just that they haven't led to an affirmative conclusion by the agencies to date.
They're still under review. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, I appreciate that. You can take that one down. Okay, turning to a slightly different subject. In your testimony, you're talking about the fact that in installing the groundwater monitoring wells, that the Navy complied with all of the regulatory requirements. Is that an accurate characterization?
So since I've been involved with this project, and probably for some time before that, the Navy works very closely with DOH and their technical experts, as well as DLNR, to make sure that everybody agrees with the design of the well and how it's being installed.
Right. So the regulations that you refer to that they've complied with, what do those speak to?
Which regulations?
When you make the statement that the monitoring wells that have been installed are consistent with all of the DOH regulatory requirements, what are those requirements that you're referring to?
Well, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is the design of those wells and their installation is done in conjunction with regulatory overview, and they basically approve it before the Navy installs it.
But that's speaking to the construction and the design, the physical design of the wells and the construction of the wells. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's not speaking to the density of the amount of monitoring wells, is it?
Well, that's also part of it. So we have ongoing discussions with the regulatory agencies on where we think high priority locations are for putting in the next series of wells, and that's integrated into what the Navy's doing.
Right, so that's talking to the future. You're going to put in more wells because everybody's agreed more wells are necessary. So that's and you're getting sign off when you say, the way I'm understanding this is you say, so when you're going to put in a new well, which everybody thinks should be done, then you talk to them about where you're going to put that well, and they would give you input. Is that right?
Generally, and that process has been ongoing for some time. We continue to collaborate with the agencies on where everybody thinks the best place is to put a well and how they should be designed.
Okay, but again, just so I'm clear, but the regulations that you were referencing, they were about the design and construction, not about density and specific location.
Well, the regulations we were talking about yesterday, or the guidance, talked about well screens and things like that, but that's integrated, all that's integrated with our ongoing discussions with the agencies to make sure they're comfortable with our design and where we're putting the wells.
Okay, and are you aware of any other guidance that talks about groundwater monitoring and sampling and like the density of wells and the like?
Well, DOH has various guidance. The technical guidance manual talks to some degree about all that and how you should assess sites and install wells and things like that.
Yeah, let's pull that up. Can we look at B392? And is this was the technical guidance that you were just referencing? Is that right, Mr. Stanley?
I believe so.
Okay, and this is a DOH technical guidance manual for implementation of Hawaii State's contingency plan, right? So this is what speaks to wells, right?
Not just to wells, but to a wide range of things.
Okay, can we go to page 374? So this is section 6 of that guidance document. Can you read what this section is called?
Groundwater and surface water sampling guidance.
Okay, can we go down to section 6.1, please? Okay, so this is 6.1 is speaking to well placement. Is that right?
It's titled Groundwater Monitoring Well Placement.
Right. So this is DOH's guidance about monitoring well placement. Is that accurate in your understanding?
Let me read that real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, so all these components that are described here are part of our ongoing discussions with the regulatory agencies.
Okay. So if we can go down into 6.1.1, just so you can see the whole highlighted section. So this highlighted section is speaking to what needs to be done right before you decide where you're going to place the wells. Is that right?
Let me read that.
Why don't you read this section?
Okay. And it's part of it. It's called the initial groundwater investigation phase. The initial phase of the investigation determines whether contaminants have impacted the uppermost water-bearing zone, including perched groundwater. During this phase, a minimum of 3 wells are required for each known or suspected contaminant source area. 3 wells, if placed at the proper angles relative to one another, will provide sufficient data to establish the local groundwater flow direction through static groundwater level measurements. Place at least one of these wells in proximity to the source area, the area known or suspected to have the greatest level of contaminants. Place at least one of these wells slightly down gradient of the source area. Place the 3rd well approximately cross gradient so the 3 wells form a triangle. During this initial investigation phase, the well screens must extend across the water table, and groundwater sampling must include the uppermost water-bearing zone, including perched groundwater. Monitoring wells with screens extending across the water table are typically installed with 7 feet of screen interval below the water table, i.e. the saturated interval, and 3 feet of accumulate a screen interval above the water table. This allows for the assessment of groundwater level fluctuations, as well as the accumulation of free product on the water table.
Thanks. So the way I read this language, it seems to be saying that when you have a known possible contaminant source area, that you should have 3 wells, one up gradient, one down gradient, one near it, to be able to assess it. Is that what this is talking to?
For their initial groundwater investigation, they're basically saying, put something in the source area like we have with RHMW2, put something up gradient like we have with our up gradient wells, and put something side gradient like we have with all of our perimeter wells.
Wouldn't each tank be a contaminant source area and not the whole entire tank farm?
Well, I mean, it's possible, but we typically view the tank farm as sort of a large potential source area. And like I said yesterday, the initial discussions with the agencies described the fact that, they didn't want to put a lot of additional or any additional wells in the tunnels near the tanks to prevent issues with basically impacting a tank while drilling or causing a conduit to groundwater if a release occurred in the tunnel.
And when we talked about that, and we agree, we just don't have any written confirmation of that, unfortunately. And you weren't even involved in those conversations, was my recollection, right? Because that happened before your time.
That happened before my time. It might be in some meeting minutes related to those early meetings,
but none, that's not in this record. And when I've asked other witnesses about it, they haven't been able to provide it thus far. So we don't have that. So I'm just trying to reconcile this with again, we talked about yesterday that each tank kind of operates separately, and the area surrounding each tank is slightly different. So it would seem to be a conservative approach would be to say, let's treat each one of these tanks as a potential contaminant source area. And let's make sure we can look upgrading and downgrading and near it. Would that be a conservative approach if you were looking at this to say we want to really make sure we can figure out what's happening here?
Well, my opinion would be that's sort of an unrealistic approach. What we've tried to do is have those wells close to the tanks to identify the potential source areas with a multitude of perimeter wells to make sure we understand how this is behaving down in various directions off the site.
Has the EPA and DOH ever said that you have enough perimeter wells?
Well, we're continuing to install perimeter wells, and so we're not there yet. I mean, that process is ongoing.
Right. So where we are right now, when we're considering this permit application, we don't have enough perimeter wells.
We have enough wells to bound what we think is happening at the site. Maybe not to the nearest couple of feet, but we have a pretty good idea from a bounding standpoint of what's going on.
But you're installing all these additional wells at, I think somebody earlier testified about the huge cost of it. So you're doing that just to be able to make sure you can get to the nearest foot?
No, there are different interpretations of groundwater flow that different experts have, and different interpretations of groundwater chemistry, different interpretations of geology. So these wells are designed to help fill some potential data gaps that might exist to address those different interpretations.
And in order to do that bounding that you just described, how many models did you have to create?
So in the final groundwater modeling report, I believe we used 13 models, and I would say maybe 2/3 of those models were designed to address various concerns that the regulatory agencies had about potential ways that groundwater might flow, or impacts that might, or conditions that might impact flow, including preferential pathways. So we put a conceptual clinker zone in one of those models to even represent a fast pathway.
Okay. Can we go down to section 6.2.4.4? I'm not sure what page it's on. There it is. No. This one. So this is a section that, and again, we're still in the section that's the guidance that DOH has provided about locating wells, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this section 6.2.4.4 speaks to monitoring wells in fractured bedrock. Do we have fractured bedrock at Red Hill?
We do in some areas, and in some areas it's valley fill and saprolite.
Okay, so can you read the highlighted section of this guidance?
Sure. In most cases, on the scale of a typical response site, which Red Hill isn't, the conditions of hydraulic equivalence to porous media is not satisfied. The flow must be described in relation to individual fractures and fracture sets. This has many consequences. For example, in a hydraulically isotropic porous formation, the groundwater flow direction is perpendicular to the equal potential lines of the water table or potentiometric map. This assumption cannot be made in a fractured formation since the flow direction will follow the fracture orientation. The following parameters need to be known to describe flow in fractured rock: orientation, fracture density, degree of connectivity, aperture opening, and smoothness of fractures. Domenico et al., 1990.
So the way I read this is that in a fractured bedrock situation, there's additional levels of complexity, like we were talking about earlier. And so that has to be taken into consideration, right, about well placement. Is that what this is speaking to?
Well, this is just sort of a quote from a general reference. This really applies to fractured sites like you might see where you have large continuous fractures, like in continental granites or maybe in very thick basalt flows like the Columbia River basalts, where you've just got a huge fracture network. Here, you've got very thin, relatively thin individual basalt flows with their own fracture network. And you've got the clinker, which is probably transporting most of the water. And so we're trying to evaluate all these zones, and we're working with the agencies to design our wells to do the best possible, to take all this type of stuff into account and understand the flow at Red Hill.
Yeah, but when you say this is a general thing, but it's something that DOH put in its guidance, right? So they must have thought that it was pertinent to the Hawaii geology. Is that not right?
I can't tell you why they put it in, but it's just referencing Domenico et al. 1990.
But it's a reference that's inserted in a guidance document that is published by the Department of Health related to the placement of groundwater monitoring wells. Isn't that what we just discussed?
Well, this document's related to, considerations of certain types of fracture formations.
Right, and that's in a DOH published document related to the placement of groundwater monitoring wells in places where there's fractured bedrock. Isn't that right?
Yes, and that's why we work closely with DOH technical experts and the University of Hawaii technical experts in designing our wells and making sure they satisfy everybody's thoughts.
And can you read the last sentence in that highlighted portion?
The environmental consultant must carefully plan well placement and design in fractured, in fractured bedrock, and discuss the basis and assumptions in the SAP. And that's exactly what we've done, and that's exactly what we continue to do with the regulatory agencies.
And that's been approved by the regulatory agencies.
I believe so.
They've approved the amount and the location of all the wells that are done and all the future ones that are going to be needed.
Well, we have, when we design a well, or we have a work plan that's associated with that, and that's worked through the agencies as part of the permitting process. And then we also work with the agencies on well placement and so forth. So all this type of stuff we're talking about here is discussed in great technical detail with the agency's experts.
The problem I have reconciling this is, again, it appears that the conclusion has been made and continues to be made that there's more wells that are needed to really be able to have the certainty we need. And so that's why I'm just trying to reconcile it with the kind of the representation that the agencies have signed off that this well network is sufficient, with the other evidence that I've seen and that we've discussed is that more wells are needed.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Oh, I was just trying to ask for clarification about how we should be putting those two things together. with the concept that they've signed off on, that the well placement and the density of wells, with the other conclusion that more wells are needed. I'm having trouble reconciling those two facts.
Okay, let me see if I can put that in perspective. So we were talking yesterday about the conceptual site model and how it's an evolving process, right? So as we get more data, that conceptual site model continues to evolve with helping us understand the geology and the subsurface flow characteristics. So what we're doing here is we're installing wells that help identify certain issues that technical experts have thought might be an issue. So we install wells at locations to address those issues. We install wells from a perimeter standpoint, to determine if hydrocarbons have migrated or fuels migrated in a certain direction. And we install wells to understand the hydraulic properties of the site. And that's an ongoing process and will continue for some time.
I understand that, and I appreciate that it's an ongoing process. Absolutely. The problem is we have a moment in time here where we have to make a determination about the potential impacts of a facility in order to decide whether to issue a permit or not. So we really can't rely upon what data we're going to get in the future. We can just rely upon the certainty that we can gain from the data that we have today. And so that's why I don't mean to belabor this. I'm really trying to say that the concern that I have when I look at all of this information is that what we have is the agency saying there's not enough, there's not enough, there's not enough. And I understand that you're getting more. But so what I keep looking for is something from the agencies that says, we agree there's enough to make these kind of decisions. And I haven't been able to find that.
Okay, Ms. Gannon, perhaps this is an interesting point to step back. We've been going a while, and we can maybe have a recess, but before we have the recess, I'd like to ask a question that relates to the comment that you just made. And I phrase the question this way: is the satisfaction of the AOC and any conditions and requirements requested by the EPA and or the Department of Health in conjunction with the AOC, is that something different from the applicable regulatory standard for the issuance of a UST operating permit? Is compliance with the AOC process and the requests made by the EPA and the Department of Health in conjunction with the AOC more than the regulatory standard?
And I think Hearing Officer Chang, that's a legal question that we will probably have to allow all counsel to speak to. I think we could certainly hear Mr. Stanley's answer on that. But I think that's really a legal question that, and I don't think that the other counsel probably wants you to give me my answer right now.
No, and I wasn't necessarily expecting that all counsels would respond to the question, but the question is coming up in my mind. I mean, because
I could try to address that if you would like. Just my personal opinion. The DOH had,
I guess I don't think it's generally appropriate for a lay witness to answer a legal question particularly the one of this nature. So.
Oh, well, it may not be solely a legal question. But anyway, it's a question for councils to ponder, and for us, I think, to have some discussion at some point. So it seemed appropriate to raise the question given the comment that Ms. Gannon just made. Because I'm looking, I'm looking at the statute, I'm looking at the regs, I'm looking at the elements that the statute and the regs call out, and it's raising a question in my mind as to whether what the AOC objectives are, which are noble, nothing wrong with those objectives, but I'm just wondering if those are beyond the present statute and beyond the present regs.
And the reason that I would say I'm going into this line of questioning in a cross-examination is because a lot of Mr. Stanley's testimony speaks about all of these things that have happened as part of the AOC process. So because I think that is a vast majority of his testimony, or a large part of his testimony, speaks to that. So I think it's important to be able to have the opportunity to prod that and to understand it so that you can evaluate not only compliance with AOC, or if that's relevant, we can all talk about that, but to be able to evaluate this testimony that's before you in this proceeding.
That's fine. Okay, why don't we take a break? Shall we have, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What's your pleasure?
Whatever works.
15?
Whatever.
All right, 15 minutes. So it's 9:20. We'll resume at 9:35.
Thank you.
Waiting for John McKay.
I'm here. I'm just technically challenged. I apologize.
No problem. We're all dealing and learning. All right. Shall we resume? Let's go back on the record. Ms. Gannon.
Thank you for the opportunity to review my notes, Hearing Officer Chang. I am actually done. I thank you for talking to me this last night and this morning, Mr. Stanley.
Thank you, Ms. Gannon.
All right. Mr. Frankel.
I wish you told me that. Hold on, I need to get organized here. This is going to take me 45 seconds or so. Yeah, boy. I'm sorry. Can you give me? I gotta need 2 more minutes. Can we go off the record for a couple minutes? Thank you.
All right, let's do that.
We're lucky my dogs aren't home yet.
Sometimes it's nice to actually see that kind of stuff, though.
Yeah.
Reminds us there's a real world out there.
We have a lot of deer, and every time a deer goes by, they go.
Hmm.
All right.
Okay, let's
Can you hear?
let's see if everybody's here that needs to be here. Let's give a moment. Ms. Gannon's not here yet. She went off screen, so maybe she's having some computer issue. Ms. Gannon, you're okay technologically?
Yeah, I just came back. I don't know. I left for a minute. Now I'm
Yeah.
back.
All right. All right. I think we are regathered. So let's go on the record. Mr. Frankel.
Thank you. Mr. Stanley, when the Red Hill facility and the tanks were first built, were they protective of the environment?
They were built to the standards of the time and as best as anybody could. That I believe that was the intent.
Okay, I'm not asking you the intent. I'm asking you, you used the term protective of the environment in your testimony. Do you recall using that term?
I'd have to see what context I had that in.
All right. Let's see if I can bring up your testimony. Let's see here. Can you see your testimony up on the screen? Do I need to enlarge it?
No, I do see that. Thank you.
Okay, so you use the term protective of human health and environment. Do you see that? That's the term you used.
Currently protective of human health and the environment.
Right. So I want you to use that same standard. When the Red Hill tanks were built, were they protective of the environment? Yes or no, using your standard?
I believe all the data we've talked about speaks for itself. No well has ever been impacted from a release from Red Hill in its operating history.
So is that a yes? You believe that when the Red Hill tanks were built in the 40s, they were protective of the environment? Is that what you're saying? It's a yes or no question.
Well, like I said, no impacts to any drinking water supply have ever been noted from a release from Red Hill.
So you believe the Red Hill tanks, as they were constructed in the 40s, were protective of the environment, correct? Yes or no?
I believe they were at that time, and as time's gone on, improvements have been made.
And how about in 1990? Were the Red Hill tanks protective of the environment then? Yes or no?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Well, I'm using the term protective of the environment as a term you use, so you know exactly what it means. I'm asking you in 1999, were the Red Hill tanks protective of the environment?
What my testimony says is currently protective of human health and the environment. So the conditions today are protective of human health, no impacts to drinking water supplies, no environmental impacts where you've got environmental resources impacted outside of immediately beneath the tanks.
So you believe that in 1999, the tanks were protective of the environment, correct? Under the way you use the term protective of the environment. You believe that's what they were in 1999, correct? Yes or no?
It's not.
Or you don't know.
Either
do you not know?
No, I've said my testimony is that they are currently protective of the environment and that no water has ever been impacted.
But that's not my question. Were they protective of the environment in 1999? Answer that question. Yes, no, or you do not know.
All I can tell you is based on the data I've looked at, the perimeter monitoring wells are clean, no water wells been impacted, and that takes into account all releases over time.
How about in 2014? Were the Red Hill tanks protective of the environment? Yes or no?
I would give you the same answer. No perimeter wells have been impacted. There's slight impacts beneath the tanks. No water wells have been impacted.
Okay. Hey, what's more permeable or porous? The concrete surrounding the tanks at Red Hill or the basalt rock and all that stuff on the outside of the concrete?
I don't think I can answer that question because I'm not an expert on the porosity of the concrete.
I thought you're a hydrogeologist, right?
Yes,
So you study the movement of fluid through various substances, right?
yes, various soils and rock.
So you have no idea how porous concrete is.
I have not seen any studies related to the concrete at Red Hill. That porosity can vary significantly depending on the concrete. So I couldn't answer that question.
And have you even, well, you do realize, however, that fuel has flowed through the thick concrete that surrounds the tanks at Red Hill, correct?
I realize that fuel has been released from the tanks and has gotten into the basalts below those tanks.
And it would have had to travel through the concrete, right?
I can't answer how it got there. I'm not an expert in that.
Well, I mean, it didn't magically, that we don't have some sort of Star Trek thing where things are transported magically from one place to another without going through. The fuel would have had to travel through the concrete, right? There's no other route.
Well, I don't know if it went through a fracture in the concrete or sorbed into the concrete and just soaked through it. I don't have any documentation related to that.
But basic logic tells you that the fuel traveled through the concrete in some way.
The fuel that was released from the tank went through whatever mechanism, which I don't have the data to explain right now, but at some point it got below the concrete in the tanks and as soaked into the basalt beneath the tanks.
I'm having difficulty understanding why you're unwilling to admit that the fuel went through the concrete. There's no other pathway for fuel in the tank to get outside of the tank other than through the steel liner, the concrete, the sheetrock, the gunite. It has to travel through all of those things to get to the basalt, correct?
Not necessarily. If the concrete could be fractured, it could be soaking through the concrete and exceeding its retention capacity. And I don't know which or both of those factors related to the releases, but we're very clear that those releases have somehow made their way into the basalt beneath the tanks.
Okay, so we don't, whether it's absorbed or not in the concrete, it has to get out of it gets out of the concrete through either a crack or some other mechanism. It's traveling through the concrete somehow, right?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
All right. Have you been inside the Red Hill facility?
Yes, sir.
So we were there last week and we saw several puddles of water in the facility. Have you seen puddles of water in the tunnel?
Not very often, no.
But you have seen them.
Very, very little.
But you have seen water in the tunnel.
Yeah, just a small amount.
What was the path by which the water got into the tunnel?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was, we saw it in the water collection systems. I don't know if there was some operation in the tunnel uphill taking place or if it was seepage from the surface.
Okay, but you said that the surface, there's I can't remember the exact word you used, but sort of the impenetrable cap at the top there. Is it like totally impenetrable, like some Superman thing, or is it just difficult for the water to flow through from the top?
Okay, so I'll try to explain that a little bit. So the surface of Red Hill is overlain by a layer of saprolite, which is weathered basalt. And so that's somewhat clay material. But in the past, Red Hill was an agricultural area, and then there was a lot of construction activity on the surface when they were constructing Red Hill. So what happens is, as rainfall hits the surface of Red Hill, most of it runs off to the sides. Some of it might be coming in laterally where the face of the hill is exposed to rainfall. And then some of it might migrate into the subsurface.
Okay. Okay. Okay, switching gears. Now, we do know that fuel from the Red Hill tanks has affected the groundwater beneath them, right?
Yes, sir.
When was petroleum first detected in our groundwater at Red Hill?
I think as I stated yesterday, the first well, RHMW1, was installed, I believe, in 2001. And then additional wells were installed so that I believe five wells were utilized for the early long-term monitoring program, and additional wells up to 20 we've installed today, and one that Board of Water Supply has installed on the flank of Red Hill. Also indicates, that one indicates non-detect. But so it's been an evolving program where the number of wells increases and the amount of sampling we do increases.
I understand that. Now I'd like you to answer my question, which is, when was petroleum first detected in our groundwater at Red Hill?
I'd have to go back and look at the data. I'm not quite sure what the early results were in RHMW01.
Huh. Well, given what you know now, what can you say with confidence is the first date when petroleum was first detected in our groundwater at Red Hill?
I'd have to look at the data to be sure of the date.
Is there anything in your testimony or any? I mean, is it 2000? Was it when the first well was drilled? Was it after the 2014 release?
It was before the 2014 release.
Okay, so sometime between 2001 and 2014, and if we have a report that's a 2007 report that says groundwater was detected below the tanks at Red Hill, we would know that at least in 2007, and maybe earlier, right?
You said groundwater was detected.
So sorry. Thank you. Fuel was detected in the groundwater in 2007. That if we have a report of that nature, that would at least we know by then, correct? If not a little bit earlier.
I'm not sure any report has ever indicated that free-phase fuel was detected in any well at any time.
So is a better word petroleum?
Petroleum or fuel constituents.
I'll use the word petroleum. Fuel constituents is too much of a mouthful for me. Would it help if I brought up that report from, I believe, 2007, 2008, or can we just make that assumption for now?
If you could bring that up, that would be helpful.
Okay. I believe, let's see if I can do it. So have you seen this report from 2007?
I'm not sure. I probably have. But...
Huh. Okay. Let's see if I can, if this is the document I'm thinking of, and see if we can find the language. Here's something on page, what's the page number? This is executive summary 1. At the very bottom of the page, you see where it says petroleum results indicated that petroleum had been released from several USTs as observed in core samples and in groundwater samples. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I don't know if we need to belabor the point further. Well, we'll leave it at that. So this is 2007, right? Let's go back to the top. So sometime before 2007, or in 2007 or before, some tests were found petroleum in the groundwater beneath the tanks, correct?
I'm not sure when it referred there to core samples. I'm not sure if those were part of what we were talking about yesterday, were the borings for the soil vapor monitoring probes, or actually part of a groundwater monitoring well. I'd have to look at that in more detail.
Okay. Well, it did use the word groundwater though, didn't it?
It did, but again, I'm not sure if they're referring to what was in those borings or in an actual groundwater monitoring well.
Okay. Let's go to 7-1. I think there's language there. So I don't know if you can see this. Let me read this to you. The results of this investigation clearly indicate that petroleum has been released from facility in the past. Soil vapor measurements from SVMPs beneath 7 of the USTs show petroleum vapor throughout the surface and at greater concentrations at tank 6, 11, 12, 14, and 16. And then it says 3 groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is 2007, and I'm gonna move on from there. Now I want to show you a copy, and I don't know if I'm going to get her name right, Ms. DeNovio's report. Are you familiar with her?
I've read her reports.
Okay. Have you ever met her?
No, sir.
All right. And we're going to go to the PDF page 35, which is page 22 of her report. Whoops. And I think this is the bubble chart that the hearings officer was referring to us
Yes, it is.
last night a couple of times. All right. So so we just talked about the petroleum found in the groundwater in 2007. Now, one possible cause of the contamination detected in 2007 is the 1998 spill of 1,469 gallons of petroleum, which is marked by this little circle here in this chart, I believe. Isn't that one possible cause of the contamination found?
I'm not familiar with the exact aspects of that release, if it was a real release or one of these ones that was contained in the tunnel system. But even at 1,000 gallons, that would be very unlikely to get to groundwater.
Okay. So let me break up your answer in a couple ways. Is it your testimony that any fuel that gets in the lower tunnel does not is confined there and cannot be released into the environment?
No.
Okay, so it could get into the lower tunnel and then escape from the lower tunnel into the basalt below and go below into the groundwater, correct?
I think what I'm trying to say here is if they noticed it in the tunnel, they would have a mechanism, and I don't know the aspects of this release, but they would have a mechanism to soak it up or clean it up before, you know, it's soaked in.
You don't know that they did. You do not know if it was released into the environment or not, correct?
No, I'm not familiar with the exact aspects of the release you're pointing out.
So it's possible that that could have been the source of the contamination. I'm not asking you whether it's the most likely source, but it is one of the possible sources of the contamination detected in 2007 or so, correct?
Like I said, I think it would be highly, highly unlikely for that small of a release to exceed the holding capacity and make its way to groundwater.
Okay. Another possible cause then would be the 1980 leak of 25,000 gallons, right?
Again, I don't know what those volumes were. I'd have to see those reports.
Well, so this Ms. DeNovio really helpfully provides this sort of bubble chart here that gives you a comparative value of the size of the spill. And you can look here on the left axis, it has the sizes. I guess maybe you've never seen this. I thought you did say you read Ms. DeNovio's report yesterday when Ms. Gannon was asking you questions. So did you not see this page before?
No, I've seen that. I just haven't confirmed that with what the Navy's results are, their evaluation of releases.
Do you understand that she got this data from the Navy?
I believe so.
Okay. So anyway, is it possible that the release in 1980 of more than 25,000 gallons of fuel is the source of the contamination measured in 2007?
You know, I don't know, and I don't think there's any way to tell which release over time has impacted groundwater. All we're saying is the summation of these have impacted the basalts beneath the tanks, some of the tanks, and have caused very low levels in RHMW2 and even less in RHMW01.
I understand that you have a message you want to convey, but I'm not asking you to repeat your message. I'm asking you to answer my question. So is it possible that this contamination of the fuel measured in 2007 came from, let's say, the leak of 20,000 gallons in 1971?
Again, I can't answer that. All I can say, it's no way to answer that. All I can say is the summation of all these releases have resulted in what we see today in the basalts beneath the tanks and the constituents in groundwater beneath the tanks.
Okay. You don't know if the contamination measured in 2007 comes from the leak of the tanks 4 decades or so before, or 3 decades or so before. You don't think it's from the spill that occurred, or I should say the leak that occurred in 1998. There's another possible source of contamination we've talked about, and the ABS report discusses this, and that is the chronic, difficult to detect leaks. They're not reflected at all in this bubble chart. The ABS report expects that there could be 5,000 gallons or so of leaking every year. And that's going forward. And I think one could using that assumption think, well, that might have happened in the past too, particularly since we had technology was not as good back then. So that's another possible source of the measurements in approximately 2007 that found contamination in the groundwater beneath the Red Hill tanks, right? It could be those chronic slow leaks.
I think that's highly unlikely. If you look at our natural source zone depletion studies, the naturally occurring biodegradation and decomposition of the hydrocarbon above the water table is at such a rate, these chronic releases that you're indicating almost certainly wouldn't impact groundwater.
Okay, but you have no, you can't say that for sure with certainty.
I mean, nothing's 100% certain, but based on all the studies that we've done, it's, you know, the subsurface at Red Hill has a high potential to biodegrade fuels, and chronic releases, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's got such a high rate that chronic releases are likely to be degraded before they get to groundwater.
So if you think it's unlikely that the chronic releases are the source of the contamination that was talked about in the 2007 report, and if you think that the 1998 release is very unlikely to be the source must have been from the large spill that occurred in 1980 or 1970 or before that, which suggests that this rapid biodegradation of fuels takes decades, because if there was no major huge release after approximately 1980 and there's still contamination measured in 2007, that means 37 years after that large release, the fuels have not completely biodegraded, correct?
That's not quite right. If you look, you know, I believe they were referring to TPH measurements in groundwater, and TPH, I think I stated this yesterday, is basically looking at any carbon molecule within a certain fuel range. It doesn't have to be related to fuel. And there's something called polar metabolites. So if you do a silica gel cleanup, you can take the polars out, and those are related to the biodegradation of fuels and naturally occurring organic matter. And so what you see in these monitoring wells is 70% or more polar metabolites that are part of the degradation of fuels. They're not actual fuel constituents.
I'm going to bring up the technical report again. Let's see if I can bring it up here. You have no reason to disagree with this conclusion from 2007 that 3 groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site, right? You have no basis to disagree with the Navy's own report on this, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to turn to Exhibit N75.
just making sure you understood my testimony.
I understand.
Okay,
I
all right.
understand. Whoops, I have to share screen. I want you to take a look at this section of we keep referring to the TUA document, but it's a tank upgrade and alternatives release detection decision document. And this, I should go up a little bit to just show this is this is the letter from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Health from October 2020. And the main part of the letter is just a few pages, and then they have attachments that describe their concerns. And I want to call your attention to this highlighted sentence. It sort of highlights part of your testimony. It says the Navy in the proposed TUA decision document has not demonstrated to the regulatory agencies that the proposed alternative is the most protective of the groundwater and drinking water resources. Do you see how they separate groundwater and drinking water resources?
Yes.
So drinking water is, one could say, a subset of groundwater, correct?
Well, water supply wells draw from groundwater, and of course that's then used for potable water supply for drinking or what have you.
So do you see here that the Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency are concerned with protection of both groundwater and drinking water resources?
I
you see that?
I see I see what you've got highlighted here.
Okay. Now, you spend quite a bit of your testimony, your written testimony, and in answering some of the questions today, particularly in the beginning about whether the Red Hill tanks are protective of the environment, you have stressed over and over that the drinking water used currently today has not been affected by the Red Hill tanks. I want to turn your attention, however, to the groundwater beneath the tanks. The Navy does not own that groundwater, does it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that water is held in trust by and for the people of this state. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Have the Navy's tanks operated in a manner that is protective of that groundwater that is not currently being used for drinking?
Well, like I previously stated.
The yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
Next to the groundwater beneath the tanks, but that's limited. It hasn't affected drinking water. It hasn't affected the perimeter wells.
I'm not asking about the drinking water. I've made myself very clear to you. I'm asking about the groundwater beneath the tanks, which the Navy does not own, but the people of Hawaii do. Have the Navy's tanks operated in a manner that is protective of that groundwater that is not currently being used for drinking? Yes or no?
It's a very constrained plume. I've seen bigger releases at service station sites than what we have here at Red Hill.
Constrained or not, that water has been contaminated, correct?
There are, like I've stated, we're not denying that there's a small impact to the area beneath the tank.
And assuming that the ABS report, have you looked at that ABS report, by the way?
Which report are you referring to?
qualitative vulnerability assessment. There's a bunch of big words. It talks about the risk of a release occurring in the future from the tanks at Red Hill. Are you familiar with that report?
I might have looked at the executive summary at some point in the past, but I didn't delve into the details.
Okay, well, assuming that the executive summary of that report mentions that the authors of this 1,666 page document concluded that the probability of a sudden release of between 1,000 and 30,000 gallons over the next year is 27.6%. And using generally mathematically applied principles, that the likelihood of that kind of spill happening over the next decade is 96%. Are the tanks being operated in a manner that's protective of the groundwater confined just beneath the Red Hill tanks? Yes or no?
Well, it's not a yes or no question. I had nothing to do with the development of that report. I don't know the basis of it, but if you look at the results, the statistical results, and you backtrack, and they talk about these potential incidents of releases, we haven't seen a release in probably 30 years, which is completely contrary to what that report says.
Okay, and I think that Ms. Gannon asked you whether you had any expertise in risk assessment, any formal training in it. And have you written any documents analyzing the methodology employed by the ABS authors?
So to be clear, the risk assessment activities that I've been involved with in the past are related to environmental risk assessment, like ASTM risk-based corrective action. And this was an engineering study that I've had no involvement with.
Okay. I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Page, would you like to?
Just a few questions. Hi, Mr. Stanley. Just a few questions for you.
Sure.
First question is, would fuel-related detections at the Red Hill shaft, even if they're below environmental action levels, would that demonstrate that fuel constituents have migrated to the location of the drinking wells?
That's a good question. And so if you look at the TPH measurements, we have an appendix in the facility environmental report where we looked at the chromatograms carefully that showed TPH from time to time and other things. And what we found is that TPH, those TPH measurements at those low levels are very problematic. And even the DOH guidance says, don't take that, take that with a grain of salt, do further analysis. So we carefully looked at the chromatograms, and that TPH is basically a result of laboratory artifacts being introduced into the sample, and it's not related to fuel constituents. And as a matter of fact, I will say that the recent groundwater monitoring results show that all perimeter monitoring wells, including the groundwater at Red Hill Shaft, have a non-detect for TPH in the diesel range.
So your conclusion is that that could never be considered evidence of migration?
That's correct. It's not, that TPH is not related to fuel constituents.
Okay, just on to another question. You've got a lot of experience, or had a lot of experience with Shell. As part of that experience, did you become familiar with other large fuel storage sites, either on Oahu or the other islands?
Yes, I did.
Could you give an example of a couple of those?
We had a terminal on Hilo. We had terminals on all the islands. We had the terminal in Honolulu. various service stations, things like that.
Okay, going to maybe the Hilo terminal. Could you give a number of the approximate size of the acreage connected with the site?
Boy, that was a long time ago. I can't tell you.
Would it at least be smaller than the Red Hill site?
Oh, yes.
Significantly so?
I don't know significantly, but it's quite a bit smaller.
Not even half the size, correct?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay, do you have any understanding of the number of monitoring wells that were at that site?
That was very shallow groundwater. I'd have to look at the old reports to say how many monitoring wells were there.
Would it have been more than the 3 that are at the Red Hill site?
There's 20 at Red Hill.
Well, the 3 that are in the immediate area, tank farm area.
Well, whatever monitoring wells we had at Hilo were somewhere in the vicinity of the tanks and somewhere outside of the vicinity. And I can't tell you which number of wells were at the tanks versus which were, further away.
Do you know if the number of wells was greater than the number that's at the Red Hill facility?
I can't recall without seeing the reports.
Okay, and as far as trying to characterize the Hilo site, was there any difficulty in characterizing either the fuel releases or how rapidly they would move?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Well, I'm talking about the Shell terminal in Hilo now. And if you were trying to describe if there were any difficulty in either characterizing the fuel releases themselves or how rapidly they would move following release.
I know we did some studies related to that, but that was almost 40 years ago. I can't recall exactly what those results were.
Okay, and just one other question. If there were a large release today, what could the Navy do to mitigate the damage from the release? This is talking about the Red Hill facility.
So if you look at the soil vapor monitoring program that's in place and the efforts that we're undertaking with DOH and others to do a continuous soil vapor monitoring pilot project, what our hope is that implementing that type of project will serve as an additional barrier on top of the automatic tank gauging and all that type of stuff to indicate whether or not a release is occurring, so we can respond to it really quickly to minimize the amount of a release. And then we've got to continue working with the regulatory agencies and understanding the capture zones and things like that, so that if there was a significant impact to groundwater, we could adequately mitigate that.
Is that something that could be done today, or is that like a plan or a pilot project?
It's a pilot project, the continuous soil vapor monitoring program. We're working closely with your subject matter experts to implement that pilot and take that forward.
Okay, thanks. I think that's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you. Ms. Riddle, you have redirect?
We do. Can I request a 15-minute break to just make sure that my exhibits are organized? Thank you.
All right, we will resume at 10:40.
Thank you.
we need to wait for David Brown?
No, we can move ahead.
Okay, all right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Riddle, your redirect.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Stanley, Ms. Gannon went over the comments in the EPA and DOH's disapproval letter from September 2016 with you in some detail. And just very quickly, I'd like to remind you of that letter by bringing up exhibit B328. One moment.
One moment. Can you all see this exhibit?
Yes, it'd be good if you could enlarge it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Is this the letter you reviewed yesterday with Ms. Gannon?
I believe so. No. Oh, this is the, disapproval of the order of consent. I believe so.
Could you scroll down, Catherine, to the second page? And you'll see there's a heading marked comments, and then there's comment 1, comment 2, and then on the third page and the fourth page, it goes through comments 1 through 11. And those are the comments that you reviewed yesterday, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. All right, Catherine, could you, actually, I'm sorry. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down. And yesterday, Ms. Gannon asked you to read the paragraph starting with much of below the section I've highlighted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Can you just read the paragraph just above that, which I've highlighted here?
Sure. The November 5th, 2016, section 6 and 7 SOW revision has been restructured to incorporate collaborative and iterative processes to accomplish the AOC SOW sections 6 and 7, which address comments number 1 in our September 5th, just went blurry.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes, thank you. Comment in our September 15, 2016 disapproval letter. This revised section 6 and 7 SOW includes the development and submittal of derivative deliverables, multiple check-in points with regulatory agencies, external SMEs, and acknowledgement that information presented in the revised section 6 and 7 SOW is preliminary and subject to change based on new information. The revised section 6 and 7 SOW also provides flow and Gantt charts that lay out the sequence and schedule for accomplishing the work required by section 6 and 7 of the Red Hill Administrative Order on Consent, Statement of Work, AOC SOW in parens, as well as showing how the work relates to other tasks required by the AOC SOW. Collectively, these revisions to the SOW address the 11 main comments we included in our September 15th, 2016 letter.
Thank you. Given your familiarity with the scope of work for sections 6 and 7 under the AOC, is it your understanding that the actions that are described in this paragraph address the 11 comments that were described in Exhibit B 328 that we just looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
Is all of the work that you're doing for section 6 and 7 of the AOC being done under an approved scope of work?
Yes.
Since that scope of work was approved, has it evolved? And are you doing more than was outlined in the original AOC statement of work, scope of work, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I believe I testified to that yesterday. In the AOC SOW, there were certain requirements, certain tasks that were required to be performed. And now we're doing what's called derivative deliverables, if you see that in this statement. And that was on top of those initial requirements in the AOC SOW. And all of that together, the work we're required to do in the AOC, including the derivative deliverables, is all serving to help us better understand the subsurface conditions at Red Hill and the surrounding area.
And did the scope of work evolve in consultation with the regulators and other stakeholders? Yes,
as a matter of fact, we have ongoing discussions. Like I said, all these technical meetings we have with the regulators, and we all talk, the subject matter experts talk together, and we have ideas, and we look at trying to implement some of those ideas or consider their perspective in the work we're doing.
And I have brought up exhibit N72, and this is PDF page 56 of the document. Could you read the highlighted text?
The Navy DLA has recently established a groundwater modeling working group to better collaborate with DOH, EPA, Honolulu Board of Water Supply, in parens BWS, U.S. Geological Survey, University of Hawaii, engineering firm AECOM, and GSI Environmental in developing a new groundwater model.
And Ms. Riddle, what is N72? I didn't see the beginning of the document.
N72, I apologize. Let me go back to page 1. This is the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility Response Plan.
And that's authored by the Navy?
Yes, it's Navy Region Hawaii.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, are you familiar with the groundwater modeling working group?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe your experience with the working group?
Sure. So I can describe my experience since I came on in 2017. There may have been 1 or 2 meetings prior to me coming on. But what we try to do in the groundwater modeling working group meetings, which are hosted by the USGS, is to bring all the stakeholders in the room, including BWS consultants like Intera, various regulatory officials, and their subject matter experts from AECOM, GSI, and others. So all the technical subject matter experts and all these groups are getting together to basically discuss various aspects of the modeling process. We get comments during those meetings. We have an issues and action items program where after every meeting we talk about, okay, what are the issues that came up? What are the action items for everybody to address those issues? And all that goes into developing the modeling process that has evolved into the report we just provided last year.
And I'm sorry, have the members of the working group discussed the monitoring well network at Red Hill?
Yes.
Has BWS had the opportunity to comment on the density of existing and proposed monitoring wells?
I believe they've had comments from time to time in that regard. I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I do know they installed their own monitoring well close to RHMW09, I believe, in 2017. We just got information from that for the first time this week. And looking at that information, it's all the chemistry indicates everything's non-detect in their own monitoring well.
And so BWS, have they also had the opportunity to comment on the placement of proposed Navy monitoring wells?
I believe they've had comments on that from time to time.
Have they had at least the opportunity to suggest that each tank be treated as a separate source of a potential fuel release in the groundwater model?
I don't recall that being discussed.
Okay. Has DOH had the opportunity to comment on the density and placement of monitoring wells through the working group?
Both through the working group and through technical working group meetings, which are separate from the groundwater model working group meetings.
So it's correct to say that DOH is aware of the locations of proposed new monitoring wells?
They are a key partner with the Navy in deciding locations and how these wells are designed.
To the best of your knowledge, has DOH indicated any disagreement with the number or locations of the proposed monitoring wells in any forum?
Well, I think during the discussions with them, there initially might be some slight differences of opinion on where they should be put, or how do you, like these West Bay wells we put in were some of the first they were the first multi-level West Bay wells in Hawaii. And so there was a lot of discussion about, the ways to design those, and we work through that and we get to a point where we're in agreement and we go forward.
Can you give me any examples of how the groundwater flow model has changed in response to the working group discussions?
Sure. I mean, there's multiple ways that's occurred. There's been discussions on different parameter values that we would use for different rock materials. There's discussions on boundary conditions. There's discussions on different conceptualizations of the geology. And so we take all that into account. And like I said, on the final groundwater modeling report, we've integrated a lot of those considerations from the agencies especially, and we've also integrated aspects from BWS into our final modeling effort.
In your 43 years of environmental investigations experience, have you ever worked at a site where you felt you had complete information about the subsurface?
No, I mean, you will never have complete information on the subsurface. You have enough information to make a decision, and that's where we're trying to go with this. Do we have enough information to make an informed decision on what needs to be done here?
Can modeling ever eliminate all uncertainty about the environmental conditions?
No, models are a simplification of reality. They help with the decision-making process. They help with understanding, what can potentially happen. And the reason we developed the multi-model approach with these 13 models in the last report are to bound the conditions. So no one model, especially here, is ever going to show you exactly what's going to happen. But by having these multiple models as part of the program, it bounds and constrains what we would expect to happen in the future.
Okay, I'm going to bring up exhibit B65. Which is a letter from the Board of Water Supply dated October 7th, 2018. Have you seen this letter before?
I believe so.
And the subject says it's Honolulu Board of Water Supply comments on the Navy's conceptual site model, investigation, remediation of releases and groundwater protection evaluation, Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility Revision 1, dated June 30th, 2019. Is that a document that you worked on?
I believe I've looked at this and have provided comments or to the Navy, who in turn, I believe, have provided response.
Okay, I'm going to move to page 10 of the PDF. Do you see the highlighted sentence?
Yes.
Could you read that for me, please?
So it's under aquifer properties and preferential flows. The Navy's revised CSM presents considerable data that shows that preferential flow paths and zones of high permeability are not uncommon in the basalt.
And does this comport with your understanding of the data that has been presented in the CSM?
Yes, we evaluated various potentials for lava tubes and for basically fast flow paths. And like I had stated earlier, we used as one of the models, we used a conceptual clinker zone model to sort of illustrate what could potentially happen if you had high flow paths.
Okay. I'm going to move to Exhibit N1. I'm going to go back up to page 1 of the document. This is the administrative order on consent. In section 10, could you read the sentences I've highlighted there?
Sure. It's under sampling and analysis. All results of sampling, testing, modeling, or other data generated, including raw data, which shall be made available if requested by Navy and DLA or on Navy and DLA's behalf during implementation of this AOC shall be submitted to the regulatory agencies within 30 calendar days of Navy and DLA's receipt of the data. Data shall be provided in the same format that it was provided to the Navy and DLA, unless a different format is otherwise agreed to by the parties.
And to the best of your knowledge, has all of this information been made available to the regulators?
So I believe this is referring to the results from the long-term monitoring program. And once the Navy verifies that, those reports are provided to DOH and put on the DOH website.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to Exhibit N75. And this was brought up earlier today by Ms. Gannon. We can go back to the first page. This is a letter from EPA and DOH dated October 26, 2020. I'm just going to scroll down here to the first page of attachment B. And as you testified earlier, the title of attachment B is Red Hill Tank Upgrade Alternative and Release Detection Proposal Response to Comments. And we looked at some comments that I believe were on page 23. As you understand it, are these comments on the groundwater flow model report, or were they comments on the tank upgrade alternatives decision document?
I'm not sure. I have to put all that in perspective and read that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to your supplemental testimony. And this is page 9, figure 3. of your supplemental testimony submitted in this case. I just want to look at this figure. Can you tell me how many monitoring wells are depicted on this figure?
$17, I believe.
And can you just remind us what all the colors mean?
The colors here are indicative of how we've been delineating the fuel constituents in groundwater. So the orange well is typically exhibits detectable COPCs, by the way, are contaminants of potential concern, and that's one of the ways that the agency and the Navy together, through an agreement, understand there are certain chemicals that we want to evaluate as part of Red Hill, and we're all in agreement that these chemicals or TPH are part of these analysis. So what we're saying is the orange well, which is RHMWO2, typically detects some fuel constituents, and it's typically above the EAL, which I talked about yesterday. The yellow wells detect fuel constituents, and again, most of this is polar material, has some detections, but it's typically below the EAL, and all the blue perimeter monitoring wells are basically exhibiting no detectable chemicals of potential concern. And as a matter of fact, like I said, the last monitoring report, which will go to DOH soon, indicates that all perimeter monitoring wells, and including Red Hill Shaft, are non-detect for TPHD.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that's all we have for now.
Ms. Gannon, any recross?
Just a couple of questions, thank you. We can take the image down. Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying things. One, when you were speaking with Mr. Frankel, Mr. Stanley, I believe you said there hasn't been a release in 30 years. That I assume you didn't mean to say that, because we all know about 2014, right?
Oh, excuse me, with the exception of 2014. What I meant to say was the groundwater monitoring data in conjunction with the soil vapor monitoring data. During that time frame, other than 2014, there's been no indication of a release.
And again, you're speaking.
Even the 2014 release, we don't think impacted groundwater.
Right.
We don't see evidence of that.
Okay, and we've been hearing lots of testimony. We're going to continue to hear lots of testimony about whether releases have or have not happened. But you're just speaking to the groundwater monitoring data that you have, right? Not to whether there's actually been releases or not, specifically that you know of from the tanks.
So I'm speaking to both the groundwater monitoring data and the soil vapor monitoring.
Right. But not the tracking of the tanks and what's been known or not known, all of that stuff. Right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. But I thought all of a sudden we certainly all know 2014 happened. And you were also talking to Mr. Frankel about the fact that we do have the known detects in the monitoring wells under the Red Hill tank farm itself. And there was the discussion you were having with regard to kind of how that could happen. And I did have a follow-up question. So given the projected holding capacity and given the anticipated natural attenuation that would happen, some of it still got to the groundwater. So do you have a theory on how it's somehow, even though there's this holding capacity that you think that's sufficient to hold large quantities of releases, and that whatever's there is going to attenuate, but still some of it got to the groundwater? So can you explain that?
Sure, I'll give you an example. If you look at the holding capacity analysis we did, at the bottom of that, we made assumptions that if there were pre-existing incidents of hydrocarbon in the basalt, that would lower the holding capacity potential because that pore space already has some hydrocarbon retained in it. And so it's possible that through a series of multiple releases over the years, it's overcome that and eventually, at least in one area, upgrading of RHMW2 has gotten near or into groundwater.
Right, because the holding capacity is just that, it's a capacity. So when it's reached, things can go through. Right.
Yes, when it,
right.
Yeah, when you exceed it, then
when you exceed it, right. Okay, that's helpful. And then when you were talking with Mr. Page, I just wanted to clarify. You said, or what I wrote down, I thought I heard you say, was that TPH could never be evidence of fuel in drinking wells. Now, TPH is a component. It's a chemical component of the fuel that's kept at Red Hill, right?
No.
So TPH could never be. I thought you had to do all those chromatic look things to see if it was from the fuel or not.
So yeah, so TPH, it's not like analyzing for an individual chemical like benzene. What we're doing is you're looking at any carbon containing material within a certain range. And so, like I'd said yesterday, TPHD is a middle distillate range, and that's what we use for jet fuel. So we look at a certain carbon range of that. So there are all sorts of carbon containing materials that may not be related to fuels that also integrate into the TPH analysis. So what we've done in looking at the chromatograms with our chemists is sort of separated that out from what's not related to fuel and what is related to fuel.
No, but my first question was, TPH could be evidence. I'm not saying that the TPH that you analyze is evidence of it, but TPH could be evidence of fuel at drinking water wells, correct?
Well, it's a screen. TPH is sort of a messed up way to do things, but it's a screening level analysis to see if there's an indication that something's there. But even what DOH says, especially at the low levels, the Navy looks at it. If you see low levels like that, don't take that with a grain of salt and do additional analysis to see if it's really fuel.
But the reason you have to do additional analysis is because it could be fuel, right? I'm not saying it always is, but it could be. It's just an indication. It's evidence.
It's a potential indication, and then we do those analyses to see is it really fuel related or not.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify. So it's not that TPH could never be evidence of fuel. It's just not.
No. Yes.
And have you analyzed every TPH that's ever been found at the monitoring wells, at the drinking wells?
We've analyzed all the available chromatograms that were available to us where we had TPH.
And are chromatograms available for all of the defects of TPH?
No.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about that you're going to do some more soil vapor monitoring. That's detecting, but that's again going to just find fuel that's already out of the tanks, right? I mean, what you're looking for is there a release when you're looking at the soil vapor monitoring? Is that right?
Yeah. So, and if you look at that graph we had yesterday from the 2014 release, you saw that really big spike in the soil vapor monitoring wells, excuse me, after the release. And so the pilot project that we're doing with DOH and the University of Hawaii right now, we're looking at, can we detect things earlier before, it gets to a big release? So that's
right. But it's not detecting it before it gets out of the tanks. It has to be already got into the environment. Right. Okay. And then just a couple of follow-up questions from your discussion with Ms. Riddle. You went back over that approval of the scope of work, and she asked you, is it approved? The approval letter said it was conditionally approved, right? You remember that letter that we just went over again?
I didn't look at the conditionally part. It could be in there.
Yesterday, you and I talked about the paragraph that was underneath the paragraph you just read with Ms. Riddle. and it said, if you'll recall, I could pull it up again, but if you'll recall, we went over it pretty carefully, and it said, it's approved on the conditions that there's still outstanding things that have to be addressed related to these comments. I can pull it back up again, but we've gone over it. I just wanted to clarify that. And then just a final thing, to the best of your knowledge, has the DOH ever given you given the Navy, not you, Navy, an actual approval that says, yep, this is the right amount of monitoring wells?
No, but we have a plan that's projected to continue to install wells, and like I said, we work with them to understand their issues and try to place those where we think they do the most good, considering everybody's technical opinion.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frankel.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
And Mr. Page.
Just a couple more questions. So aside from the TPH, were there any other fuel constituents found at the monitoring well?
Yes. If you look at RHMW2, for instance, we see signs of volatile, lighter volatile organic chemicals in there. And that's one of the reasons we don't think the 2014 release didn't impact that well, because these lighter chemicals are associated with what you would expect, from a fuel that's close to groundwater. That signature didn't change from before to after the 2014 event. It remained the same. If the 2014 event had impacted groundwater, we would have expected to see a significant spike in those volatiles in the groundwater signature.
Okay, and those were any of those found at the Red Hill shaft?
At very low detections from time to time. Again, most of that looks like it's related to lab issues and things like that.
Okay, and going back to the 2014 release, I guess it sounds like with the spike you referenced, what's the time gap between the detection and when you react to the soil vapor information? I'm
not quite sure I understand your question.
I'm just wondering if you would consider that the SV system was effective with respect to the 2014 release.
I think it demonstrated that soil vapor monitoring can be an effective tool on top of the other detection tools that we have in place. But that's done on a monthly basis right now. The pilot project is designed to look at continuous soil vapor monitoring, so you'd have a real-time indication if there was a release or not. And that's what we're working with DOH on.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I have, prepare yourself, Mr. Stanley. I have a ton of questions. And many of them are going to be kind of lay person oriented. So I may have to have you translate a lot of stuff for me and give me some basic understandings about a lot of stuff. So where to begin? The term groundwater has been used, and I wanted to ask you, relative to the aquifer, is that term identical? Is the term groundwater referring to the water that we are saying is in that sole source aquifer that's below the Red Hill facility?
I think you could say that. So when we say groundwater, we mean, the saturated soils or rock beneath, the subsurface. And an aquifer is basically has enough water supply to to deliver water to a drinking water well. And so if you look in Honolulu, you've got the sole source aquifer, and that is groundwater.
Again, lay person description. We grow up learning about water falling on the ko'olaus.
Yes.
And the surface water is gonna run into reservoirs, into streams, and some of it will reach the ocean. But we learn about water will soak and seep, starting at the tops of the ko'olaus all the way down through the valleys, and it'll take time until water will reach the aquifer, which is going to be the source of our drinking water. First of all, my understanding is that's a very slow process. How for that surface water to reach the aquifer. Correct so far?
Well, I'm trying to put that in perspective for you. So up in the Kulau, you've got these volcanic dikes that are basically like fences that intrude through the basalt. And you've got a large amount of water that's retained in there. And when you get enough precipitation, it goes over that or around it. So that's one way of recharge. And then, like you said, you've got precipitation in the mountains that soaks into the ground as well. So those two things contribute to the overall recharge of groundwater. And the university, and by the way, down at Red Hill, there's varying degrees of recharge. And what we used in our groundwater model is the USGS has a recharge map of this whole area. And we use their recharge map to basically determine what type of recharge we're getting in different areas of the modeling study area. And then on top of that, the University of Hawaii is doing what we call isotopic studies to help determine where the groundwater is recharging in from. But it does take a while. It does take quite a while for what's happening in the Kulau to get down to Red Hill.
Okay, so at what point does that surface water become described as being groundwater?
Well, surface water wouldn't be groundwater, but groundwater can interact with surface water. And so in some areas you have surface water that's at the same level as the water table, and the water table there might recharge into the surface water. The groundwater in the water table might actually recharge surface water, and that's called a gaining stream. Or if you have, like we have here, you have surface water above the water table, and we don't typically see a lot of water in a lava stream, south of lava. That's all intermittent. And so that doesn't interact, the groundwater doesn't interact with the surface water there in this area.
I'm sorry, but I went offline for a little while.
Okay. At what point, Donna?
It kind of froze way back on the beginning of the question. I mean, the answer.
Yeah, I got kicked out. I haven't heard anything for a while.
Yeah.
Hey,
Same here.
wow. Okay, let's figure that out.
It was from the answer, the beginning of the answer.
To groundwater, surface water?
Yeah, the surface water wouldn't be groundwater, but groundwater from surface water in some areas. And that's all I got.
Okay. So
I guess for me, can we go back to where Hearings Officer Chang asked, when does surface water become groundwater? And then everything was frozen.
Yeah, that's the whole answer.
And did you guys get knocked off Zoom?
Yes.
First it was frozen, and then I got knocked off.
Yeah, same here.
So you did not have to re-enter. How did you rejoin us?
I have no
It came
idea.
back on. It just came back on.
Okay. Okay. I'm wondering, are we missing anybody? Somebody?
Well, I see Jeff Lau's not on. I don't know if he left of his own volition.
I'm still here.
Okay. Okay, well, let's try to pick up then on that answer. I guess the question Mr. Stanley is asking, what's a differentiation between surface water and groundwater? And you can answer again so that those who got knocked off can hear it.
I'll try to explain that again. So surface water is typically, especially in this area, is above, like if you look at north of Lava Valley and south of Lava Valley, there's intermittent water depending on when it rains in there. That's surface water in those streams, right? But that's above the groundwater. That's above the basal aquifer. If you go further, closer to the coast, there might be areas where, in some areas, there might be areas where groundwater is at the same elevation as the surface water level, and groundwater might actually recharge into the surface water.
Okay. And you use the term water table. I want to distinguish that term and relate it to the aquifer.
Okay. So the water table is the surface expression, and in general, it's a surface expression of the groundwater in the aquifer. It's the top surface of the aquifer.
Okay. So when you have described that a certain monitoring well has been drilled so that you set the screening device 10 feet at around the level, you're talking about setting it at that, would it be the water table level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the just kind of the basic orientation. You know, as I was trying to read some of the materials and whatnot, I gathered that the geology under Red Hill was unknown, and that there was speculation. And I guess if you use scientific method and you're saying, well, what's the hypothesis? And you know about the lava, you've described the different layers of lava, and you know, we grew up seeing that in different places. So we have an understanding of what we see on the surface and can imagine what it is like below the surface, layer upon layer upon layer. Some of the charts in the documents that describe or attempt to depict the location of the Red Hill tanks show them to be completely in a layer of basalt. And basalt, I understand, can be a broad term, but I am thinking of basalt in the sense of the blue rock material. Is that your understanding? The tanks are built in a relatively solid layer of this basaltic rock?
Yes. And let me explain the basalt real quick, and you probably already know this. I'm sorry if I'm telling you something you already know. There's 3 types of basalt that we deal with here. One is called basalt, and that's, you know, some of that massive rock that you typically see. And that rock has fractures in it, cooling joints and things like that. And then there's pahoehoe, right, which is that ropey lava that you might see from time to time on outcrops. And then there's clinker, which is basically rubbleized lava on the top of the and the base of the and even sometimes on the sides of the flows. And those are the fast pathways that we think occurs here. And so in all of our investigations, if you look at the soil borings, all the soil borings that have been installed at Red Hill, all the bore logs that the Navy developed when they were developing Red Hill, all the monitoring wells we put in, the seismic studies, and various other studies, that's all been integrated. All that geologic information has been integrated into our understanding of the geology, and that's discussed in some of our larger reports.
Okay, and I'm having a sense that all of that integration has been consistent with the hypothesis that you have these layers of basaltic material that are they're on top of each other, but they're going different ways. The fractures are going in different ways. So it would, from a lay interpretation, you would anticipate that any flow of material is going to have a very irregular and perhaps difficult path to get down 100 feet to the top of the aquifer. Is that consistent with what you now understand from having put together all of the additional data from observing the detailed boring logs and all of that?
Right. So it's sort of like this layer cake approach we talked about yesterday, right? And so you'll hit different layers of different flows, and it might behave a little differently and spread out. But if you have enough of a release, it potentially gets to the subsurface. But the one thing I would say, getting to what you're talking about, is there's a preferential flow path in the way the lava flows from the Koolau. So the lava flows from the Koolau are going in a southwesterly direction. So if you take the axis of one of those flows, the groundwater has a preferential tendency to go down the axis of that flow rather than necessarily going directly with what the water table gradient is. And so that's called anisotropy. And we've integrated that geologic preference for groundwater flow on top of the hydraulic gradients to really get what the actual groundwater flow paths are. And those are described in the groundwater flow model report with the particle track analysis.
So I've been looking at the locations of the various monitoring wells. And I don't have the picture to show you, but I have it on the wall here. You have referred sometimes to the Navy's well. And I think that's going to be called the Red Hill shaft. Is that right? That's where the Navy draws its drinking water.
It's one of the wells they get the drinking water for Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam from.
And that location is west of the tank farm.
Yes.
You're saying there is a preferential flow path that would suggest that fluid is going to prefer to go in a southwesterly direction and therefore away from the Navy's Red Hill shaft.
Well, no, because what happens is when that water supply well is pumping, it creates what we call a capture zone. And so within that capture zone, groundwater flow within that capture zone is going to flow towards Red Hill shaft. So it's pumping so much water that, trying to explain, have you ever seen like a bread bowl, like an elongated bread bowl? Just think of that as a capture zone, and anything in that's going to flow, towards the pumping point.
Yep, I'm understanding you. Okay. All right. So, just understanding the engineering of this, the soil vapor. I don't know if you call them wells, monitoring. Are they called wells?
Soil vapor monitoring probes.
Probes. They're at an angle around the footprint of the tank farm. right? They're going under, they're trying to go under the footprint of the tank farm.
That's right. So what happened was they drilled borings beneath the tanks at an approximate 11 to 14 degree angle, relatively horizontal, and they go under the tanks. And within those borings, they put typically 3 soil vapor monitoring probes, one on the far end of the tank, one under the middle of the tank, and one under the near end of the tank. So most of those tanks have 3 soil vapor monitoring probes, and those are what are currently evaluated beneath most of the tanks on a monthly basis. And that's what showed, if you remember that spike graph of soil vapor monitoring at the 2014 release, those were the soil vapor monitoring probes under tank 5. They just show that high increase in soil vapor concentrations. And so what we're doing now is looking at monitoring that continuously as another way to determine if a release has occurred.
And do those probes, in my mind, I'm remembering they go 30 feet deep. Is that approximately right?
I think they're more about 10 or 20 feet beneath the tanks.
All right, and then generally the information reflects that the tanks are 100 feet or more above the aquifer.
Generally, that's correct.
Okay. And the monitoring wells, though, are different. They go down, they must go down then that 100, 120 feet or so to be able to reach the aquifer. Is that right?
Exactly. So unlike the horizontal, basically horizontal soil borings, the monitoring wells go vertically down into groundwater, and then the wells are screened across the water table to evaluate if there's chemical constituents or actual hydrocarbon there.
Okay, good. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to ask you a few questions now about some of the charts and stuff and data that is in your attached as appendixes and stuff to your testimony. And if somebody can call it up, that might be helpful. But it would be the table B1 that's attached to Mr. Stanley's testimony, and I want to make sure I'm reading this right. I'm interpreting this correctly. So I'm looking at the first page, and it gives the dates running from 2017 to 2020, and identifies the monitoring wells and the like. And by the way, what is OWDF monitoring well? What is that as opposed to the others that are RH monitoring wells?
So I don't have the graphics while that's coming up. The OWDF is associated with what's called the Oily Waste Disposal Facility. There we go.
Okay.
And the Oily Waste Disposal Facility is further west even than Red Hill Shaft.
All right, I see it on the map.
Right. And the Oily Waste Disposal Facility was basically a different release area that's being investigated separately from Red Hill.
Okay, so, and I'm looking at the first page of table B1, and it's showing that over this period of 4 years, whatever tests were run at each of these monitoring wells have no detection. And I want to understand clearly what the no detection is as to what you're looking for. And so some of the questions I have there are, I understand there are an identified list of what CO
PCs.
Okay. Does the no detection mean that there are none of those COBCs?
So if I'm looking at this table correctly, this is the result of looking for actual separate phase hydrocarbon in those wells. And And what all those green boxes are, if I'm looking at this right, that means there's no detection of actual hydrocarbon in those monitoring wells, wherever this is green.
All right, now I understood that the COBCs are more than hydrocarbon related elements.
They can be.
So I don't have all those chemical names, so I'm seeing some of them. On table B2, it's listing not only the TPH items, but benzene, phenol, naphthalene. Are those all petroleum related components?
For the separate chemicals, they very well can be, and that's why they're being evaluated. But the problem with TPH is a range of any chemical, any carbon-containing chemical that fits within the carbon range for these initial results. So they could be fuel-related, or they can be completely unrelated to fuel. They could be related to the grease that's used in a casing, like we see at Halava Deep. They could be related to laboratory artifacts. They could be related to naturally or man-made chemicals not associated with Red Hill, like solvents from a dry cleaner, halogenated compounds. And so unless you look at the chromatograms carefully, you know, if you get a TPH measurement, especially at a low concentration, you can't tell what it is. And so that's why we've done a careful analysis of these chromatograms are sort of like fingerprints. And we've looked at that to ascertain, is this TPH really fuel related, or is it related to one of these other things that we just talked about? All
right. So going back to table B1 and interpreting, so wherever we see the green, that's no detection of anything related to petroleum.
No detection of actual hydrocarbon, not dissolved phase, but the actual separate phase hydrocarbon that floats on top of the water table.
Right. And as I get to table B2, where it begins to identify the different analyte class volatiles and the like, we begin to find findings that are no longer green. Okay, so let me, I think it's the second page of table B2. And it's reporting findings in monitoring well 01 at the bottom. Yes, I'm looking at that page. I guess my question to you here is, this is one of the wells under the footprint of the tank farm. Mm-hmm. And now we see some colors, the pink color and stuff. And the chart says detected above EAL. What is the significance of this, and what concern should we have to see the pink color here?
Okay, so if you remember my testimony yesterday, the DOH has created screening level values that are called environmental action levels. And if you're below that, what DOH says is there's no hazard. You know, if you're above that, what they say is there might be a hazard, but it requires further evaluation. And so if you look historically at both RHMW 1, 2, and 3, 2 has consistently been above the EALs. 1 hasn't been above the EALs in quite a while, and I don't think 3 ever has. But what we're seeing is, if you look at the individual constituents in there, if you look at those chromatograms carefully, what we find is most of this isn't fuel related. It's biodegradation components called polar material that are related to the degradation of fuels or naturally occurring organic matter. And then furthermore, it's a relatively small level, higher in 2, lower in 3, and it's contained. We don't see any more evidence of this outside of wells 1, 2, or 3.
Okay, now, what's the significance of looking at the different levels over the course of the years? So let's start with the monitoring well 1.
Sure.
The pink is reflected for the years 2005 to 2009. Is there any significance of that?
Yes. So if you evaluate that chemistry carefully, in addition to other chemicals or what we call natural attenuation parameters in groundwater, like dissolved oxygen and things like that, you can look at how this stuff is attenuating in the environment and degrading through what we call monitored natural attenuation. And it gives us an idea, looking at the historical trends of some of this, it gives you an idea, is this stable? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better? And that's what we've tried to do here at Red Hill.
Okay, but looking at the data for monitoring well 1, you have some findings above the EALs in 2005, and then by 2009, they go below the EAL. And so through the 2014 leak release, there's only one finding that's pink in January of 2016 for TPHD. I mean, is that a pattern that's telling you something significant?
Well, generally, you see a decreasing trend of TPH in these wells. The problem is the Navy's used 7 different laboratories over the years to evaluate TPH. And the problem with TPH is every lab does it a little differently. And what one lab reports as TPH may be completely different or somewhat different than what another lab reports. And so you've got to understand that and look at TPH holistically with everything else related to it. And what we're seeing here is that most of this TPH is not fuel related. They're not fuel constituents. They are biodegradation constituents, like I said, called polar material. That's part of the TPH.
Okay, I guess I need to understand then what these polar materials, you said, I'm understanding them to be a petroleum related component.
They can be, and a lot of this most certainly is, but it's basically the decomposition, the microbial decomposition of hydrocarbon results in creating these organic acids, which are called polar materials. And not just degradation of hydrocarbon, some of it could be naturally occurring. If you had certain organic matter in the subsurface, that could relate to that. And in addition, there can be other chemicals related to the polar material as well. But our thoughts are most of it's related to the degradation of petroleum somewhere up gradient of where these wells are.
And the fact that they show up in the 2005 to 2009 timeframe is going to be related to petroleum that entered into the subsurface prior to that timeframe.
Yes, sir.
How much prior would you think?
Well, that's the question.
Okay.
It's really difficult to know. All we can really tell is it's prior to that time frame, but it's difficult to ascertain exactly when.
And it's difficult because of the difficulty of knowing for sure what that geology is in the area. Is that right?
No, it's difficult because we didn't have monitoring data from monitoring wells that go back in time past, say, 2000, before 2001. And so we just don't have a reference to compare the concentrations historically with what we see today.
All right, let's turn the page and look at monitoring well 2. And that is the most colorful series of charts. So similar questions to you. I mean, how should I understand and interpret this? Is this telling us something of concern?
So if you remember that map we had with the yellow and the orange dots and the blue
Yes.
dots around it, this is the orange dot. This is the well with the orange dot that's always exhibited, typically, exceedances of the EAL for TPH. And so what I will tell you is most of this is polar material. 70% plus of this is polar material. It's not fuel constituents. But if you look at this historically, you see the concentrations decreasing somewhat. And if you look at it relative to the other wells and relative to what we call these natural attenuation parameters, we know biodegradation is taking place. We know the plume is likely very stable in this area or decreasing over time. So this is close to a potential source in the soil, up gradient of this well that's still dissolving into groundwater, providing the signature. But the overall extent of this is confined to beneath the tanks.
You were asked a series of questions about the conclusions or acknowledgements that petroleum has reached the groundwater. Okay. Does this chart, is this supportive of that conclusion?
Yes, this is one of the main reasons we've made that conclusion, is because of the levels of concentration here, and what we see historically indicate that somewhere up gradient of this well, that hydrocarbon has come very close or actually into groundwater, and it's dissolving out and causing these concentrations.
Now, if you say got close to the groundwater, are you implying that hydrocarbons did not reach the groundwater?
Well, it's hard to tell because you could have, we were talking about earlier, you could have precipitation that's going through Red Hill, dissolving some of this stuff close and getting into the groundwater, or it could be in the groundwater. So it's very close or in groundwater up gradient of this well.
So this is not indicative of actual fuel reaching the groundwater?
Not in this well, but up gradient of this well, it's indicative that the fuel actually did get closer into the groundwater over some limited area.
Okay.
And that was from historical operations. Like, we've seen these concentrations for a long time. So that had to happen, some time ago.
Okay, now you've said that looking only at TPHD, that you think that there's a decreasing trend.
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking at the data from 2006 to 2009, comparing it to the data for 2017 to 2020. And I guess it is a little less as a general statement. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, excuse me, I'm talking about a historical trend since we began monitoring this well. And what you'll see if you look at the trends, there's spikes up and down. And like I said, that could be related to issues with individual labs or what have you. But if you look at the historical trend from when we first started monitoring groundwater to what we see today, there's an indication that the concentrations are decreasing.
Is this indicative of a negative impact to the groundwater?
No, we know there's an impact to the groundwater here. What it's indicative of is that the concentration, what may have occurred initially is decreasing. So all this is indicative that there's natural attenuation taking place and the concentrations are being reduced and that the plume is relatively stable or decreasing. So what we're saying is, if you have a source area and you have a groundwater impact like this, what happens is the microbes in the subsurface, just like in the unsaturated zone, can eat these hydrocarbons, and they start eating it at a rate that's faster than the groundwater flow, and it stabilizes the plume in the subsurface. The plume is no longer migrating down gradient.
And so that relates to the findings that at the actual drinking well, the Red Hill shaft, there is no indication of this.
So when we did our analysis of the chromatograms at Red Hill shaft for TPH, all of that is indicative that they're not related to fuel. It was other stuff, like laboratory artifacts mostly.
So I presume you would conclude that there has been no fuel product reaching down to the drinking well.
So let me restate that a little bit. There's been no actual fuel product, like a separate phase like you'd see on a layer on top of the water in any well. And there's no indication that fuel constituents, based on our analysis of the data, have impacted either Red Hill shaft or any of the perimeter monitoring wells.
So I would think then you are saying that the operation of Red Hill has not negatively affected Oahu's groundwater or aquifer.
It has impacted the aquifer immediately beneath Red Hill, but that impact is confined to the area relatively beneath Red Hill, and it's stable. It has not impacted any drinking water supply like Red Hill shaft or Halava shaft.
All right. Are the pink test findings for the other chemical components, the semi-volatiles, are they of concern? Looking at the data for the monitoring well number 2, and you're not seeing the page, but let's see if we can get to it. There we go.
Like the methyl naphthalenes and things like that?
Yes.
Right. So what we see is most of the TPH is polar, but in 2, we do see some of these other chemicals that might be associated with fuel. But again, we think that is constrained to pretty much the area between wells 2 and 1.
Okay, because you're not finding this then in the perimeter wells and nor in the drinking water wells.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Further into B2 on the OWDF well, there's a few pink findings in between 2010, 2015, one slight in 2020. Is that of concern at all?
That is all non-detect today for TPH. And what I would say, that's not related to releases from the tanks at Red Hill. That was a separate disposal area that in the past, remember, I believe it was Commander Frame was talking about tank water bottoms. You know, you've got tankers in the ocean, and sometimes these stormy seas, you get
right,
ocean water going in the vents and getting into the tanks, and then that goes up to Red Hill. So for all petroleum tanks, from time to time, you have tank water bottoms, and that's drained out periodically. And this oily waste disposal facility was an area where those oily water bottoms were drained out and basically held in pits. And some of those pits may have had releases into the subsurface, and that's what this is indicative of. You know, not related to the tanks at all. You know, any release from the tanks. It's a separate study area. But the good news is that it's non-detect today.
You were trying to explain that the EALs, if you have a test that detects something above the EALs, it does not necessarily mean that it is injurious to health and the like, but it calls for more examination.
Yes, sir.
In looking at the groundwater concentration graphs for the monitoring well number 2, there are a few components that are above the blue lines. And maybe we saw that in the data, the methyl naphthalenes and the like. Are we able to say whether those findings suggest a level that is not that is potentially dangerous?
So we talked a little bit about this yesterday, and let me try to put that in perspective. So these concentrations at RHMWO2 that you're pointing out are above those action levels. But if you look at the surrounding wells, if you look at the wells down gradient, we know all this stuff is being biodegraded. It's being attenuated in the subsurface and has a limited extent. And so right here, right at this point, you know, there's a potential issue. So we do these additional studies to understand the extent of this. And that's this extent sort of confined in the immediate area of RHMW2. We don't see the EALs being exceeded very often at RHMW1 or never at 3, and never in the perimeter wells for fuel constituents.
So it would be a concern if it was more widespread, but because it's only in this one location, you're saying it is not of concern?
Yes, sir. It would be a concern if this was still migrating and would get to Red Hill Shaft, which would have happened many, many years ago, but it's never happened. It's sort of confined to the area beneath the tanks.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. I have more questions, and I'm now going to your testimony. On page 8 of your testimony, you make a statement that no measurable petroleum separate phase product has ever been detected in the groundwater in any monitoring well during the 913 tests over 15 years. And you say, including both before and after the 2014 release. So I think that's the conclusion from what you've been explaining in your testimony.
Yes, sir. Remember that table you had up with all those green rectangles? That's what this is. This is where they were sampling or evaluating these wells for the presence of fuel, actual fuel, and it was never found. They do find dissolved constituents in some of the wells, but never actual separate phase hydrocarbon.
Okay.
And just to be clear, you know, I think there was a misconception in some of the reports, maybe from Dr. DeNovio. We do see hydrocarbon in the borings beneath the tanks, the soil vapor borings. There was evidence of hydrocarbon in that, but that's not related at all to what we see in groundwater.
Okay. Now I have some questions coming out of the facility environmental report. One of the major conclusions of that report is that the Board of Water Supply confirms that their well also is safe. And I guess this is a question for the Board of Water Supply. Ms. Gannon, Mr. Brown, does the Board of Water Supply disagree with that contention in the FER?
We have witnesses that are going to be put on tomorrow who can address that issue.
And they're gonna disagree with that conclusion?
No, they're not disagreeing with that conclusion, but they will explain the answer.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Stanley, were you one of the authors for this facility environmental report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's appropriate to be asking you these questions. On page 7, there's a sidebar 1, and it makes a statement or it refers to prior environmental investigations, and it refers to DON 1999, 2002, 2007, showing past inadvertent releases had impacted the basalt and soil vapor beneath the facility. I just wanted to get a source on that. Is that source information part of your packet, or is that a cite to a source that is not part of the reports?
I believe it's referenced in the references, and I also believe that's referencing the work that was done in installing those shallow soil vapor probes beneath the tanks.
So when it's talking about past inadvertent releases impacting the rock under the facility, might that be a reference to those core samples that show evidence of hydrocarbons in the cores?
I believe so, because if you look at those studies, you know, there were, as you can see in my report, you can see the cores with evidence of hydrocarbon in them that were part of, you know, previous studies.
Okay.
Immediately beneath the tanks.
Okay. Now bear with me. We're kind of getting to noon hour, and I'll try to wrap up here. One of the statements made, I'm looking at page 12 of that FER, I guess. I'm going to read it to you rather than show it to you. Further analysis of groundwater chemistry and TPH indicated that the rare and sporadic TPH detections in some perimeter wells are associated with well installation and sampling and laboratory methods rather than fuel constituents. How do we know that? Well, what shows that?
So we have a forensic chemist that is, I just think she's a world-class chemist in looking at TPH and other things. So we talked about these chromatograms that when you do these analysis, the lab develops these chromatograms that shows all these spikes in it that are different types of chemicals that are part of the TPH signature. And so she does an in-depth study of evaluating those to see whether or not they're related to fuel or something else. And so as an example, Halava Deep, we got some TPH spikes, occasionally in Halava Deep. And if you look at that chromatographic signature, it looks just like a casing grease, not related to fuel, but a casing grease that was used in the installation of that well.
Okay. Another statement on the same page that says no product was ever measured in any well. Again, my question is, the use of the term product is referring to what?
So I'm sorry of being confusing on this, but when I say product or separate phase product or free phase product, that means an actual distinct layer of fuel that's observed in the monitoring well, not dissolved, but an actual distinct layer of fuel.
Okay. All right, thank you. Page 15, there's a discussion of the evaluation of near tank wells and the impact, referring to the monitoring wells 1, 2, and 3. And there's a sentence that says, these impacts are most likely related to pre-2005 releases and do not show an overall increasing pattern over the course of groundwater monitoring. Don't we have, isn't the 2014 investigation contradictory to that?
No, sir. Let me try to explain that. So if you look at the concentration trends, especially these volatile chemicals that are indicative of a fresh fuel release, they don't change over time. They're the same, relatively the same before and after the 2014 release. So you can see TPH spikes from time to time as a result of different labs or different detection limits. But if you look at the underlying data, especially what would be associated with a fresh release, there's no difference in the groundwater chemistry before and after the release. So to us, it doesn't appear that the 2014 release impacted these wells.
All right. Okay, almost done. Hang on.
Worry.
I gather it's not possible to give a range of time that it would take for a fuel that gets into the ground to be attenuated through the bio remediation mechanisms. Is that right? It's going to depend on a lot of factors, and so it makes it difficult to say how long it takes to have that product break down.
Not quite. So if you look at fuels, there's hundreds of chemicals within a particular fuel. Some are lighter chemicals that dissolve and biodegrade easier. Some are heavier chemicals that take a longer time. So if you look at our natural source zone depletion study, what you see is we see a degradation rate in the subsurface above the water table in the unsaturated zone. And what's happening is a lot of the lighter hydrocarbons in these fuels are degrading relatively quickly. And those are the constituents that can most impact groundwater. The heavier stuff might last a while, but it's relatively inert in the subsurface. And that's pretty much what we see at RHMW3. We see a lot of biodegradation taking place there, but we don't see these dissolved fuel constituents at RHMW3, just a high level of biodegradation looking at these natural attenuation parameters. So let me try to explain that further. If I had things that dissolve differently in water, let's say I have sugar, which dissolves really quickly, with a layer of peanut butter, which isn't going to dissolve very quickly, and I hit the sugar-coated peanut, and this sugar-coated peanut ball hits water. Well, all that sugar is going to dissolve off, right? And that's what's indicative of a fresh release, these lighter chemicals. The peanut butter is the heavier material that's really not going to go anywhere or affect anything.
I'm going to ask to confirm a statement that I have that I understand you made. You're being asked about concern with regard to impact on our drinking water supply, and your answer, as I have it, is we have releases that's evident in the groundwater in Red Hill, but it's never impacted the Halava shaft or the Red Hill shaft, and they never will. That is a correct reflection of your view.
Yes, sir. So if I can explain that, you see those indications of fuel constituents in 2, 1, and 3, mostly in 2. And what we're saying is, based on our analysis, that is stable. That's not continuing to migrate from these past releases, right? And so with that assumption, that's never going to impact Red Hill shaft or Halava shaft. And actually, if it was going to impact it, you would have seen that years ago, and we've never seen that because the groundwater moves so fast there.
All right, thank you.
And if I may, just to caveat that, that's based on what's in the subsurface today.
Okay. You referred to having to replace a well. What well and why and?
So that well is RHMW01. That was actually the first well that was installed, to evaluate groundwater at Red Hill, I believe in the 2001 timeframe. And the problem with that well was that screen interval, and we talked about this, was somewhat below the water table surface, right? And so that if there's hydrocarbon floating on the water table, because that screen is below the water table, it wouldn't allow that hydrocarbon to go into the well.
Okay, I understand.
So that's being replaced to have a screen that's properly cutting across the water table.
All right, thank you. You were asked a question about Exhibit N75, where the regulatory agencies had cited some concerns. There were 4 concerns cited. Large storage capacity in the VADOS zone.
Above the water table.
No preferential groundwater flow pathways, high biodegradation rates, recent releases have not reached the groundwater. And my question to you is there any contrary evidence for those cited conditions?
So that's our analysis of the data. I think there are some differing opinions of some of the data that the regulatory agencies may have, but we haven't seen a rebuttal of our technical results. We have various lines of evidence. We have the analysis of these chromatograms. So there hasn't been a rebuttal of the analysis we've done directly related to that work.
Have you had access to any of the water quality sample tests done by the Board of Water Supply?
I just received that a couple of days ago. And so I believe there's 2 wells that they've provided that water quality data for. One was that monitoring well they put in on the flanks of Red Hill in 2017. And I believe the other one was for Halava Shaft. And all that data, which is a massive amount of data, indicates that, fuel constituents are non-detect in their monitoring well, and fuel constituents are non-detect in Halava Shaft.
You use the term capture zone. What is that?
So we talked about that a little bit. I'm trying to think, let's say you've got a bathtub that's full of water and you open the drain. Everything's flowing towards that drain, right? And so that's sort of like a capture zone. If you're pumping a lot of water, all that groundwater in the aquifer within a certain area is flowing towards that drain, is flowing towards that pumping well. So our models, the 13 models we developed, they all show that the capture zone extends under the tank farm at Red Hill. So what that means is if there was a release in that tank farm and it got into groundwater, it would eventually flow to Red Hill Shaft.
And you're not seeing that?
Sir?
And you're not seeing that?
No, well, we're not seeing contaminants getting to Red Hill Shaft because they're biodegrading, but that's more related to a potential future release. If something happened in the future that got to groundwater, if Red Hill Shaft was pumping at its permitted rate, it would capture those materials before it went further in the aquifer or before it impacted anything else.
Okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate your patience in explaining all of this. Any follow-on questions? Are we able to conclude with Mr. Stanley, or do we need to?
We have one follow-up question from the Navy.
Okay.
Mr. Stanley, in general, when TPH exceeds EALs in groundwater, does the Department of Health recognize monitored natural attenuation as a possible remediation method?
Yes, they do, and that's discussed in their guidance. As a matter of fact, all states and the EPA recognize that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, consuls?
Just one clarifying, and I think that I heard you make the clarification to your own statement, Mr. Stanley. But when Hearing Officer Chang has asked you about your statement that the constituents will never reach Halava Shaft, you clarified what you're talking about was existing conditions, not saying if there was a large release or if there were multiple releases. You're not speaking to any of those conditions. Is that right?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Frankel.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
A few questions. I want to ask you about the water in monitoring well 2,
Sure.
the groundwater there. Is that water safe to drink?
Well, nobody would ever drink it. And I think we talked about that yesterday. It's not a drinking water well. It's confined to the area beneath the tanks, and it's not going to impact the drinking water supply at either Red Hill shaft or Halava shaft.
Right, but if you could put a really long 100-foot, 110-foot straw down that monitoring well, is that water safe to drink? Yes or no? Would you drink it?
This has already been asked and answered earlier.
No, this is
monitoring wells aren't designed as water supply wells. Nobody is ever going to drink that water.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. Is that groundwater that is in that monitoring well number 2, is that pure?
Very little water in this world is pure. I mean, even if you look at the results of the Board of Water Supply's recent analysis of their monitoring well and Halava shaft, you see all sorts of other constituents in there not related to fuel. You see pesticides at low concentrations. You see all sorts of stuff. So there could be naturally occurring things like radon, like high iron or something like that. There can be man-made chemicals from dry cleaners, from leaking sewers, from golf courses. So it's very rare that you see the purity of distilled water. But I will say that the water here is in this area is relatively clean, with the exception of some of these low-level detects we see of man-made chemicals, halogenated solvents and pesticides and things like that.
So you work with Shell Oil for almost 4 decades, and I believe you traveled around. Is Hawaii's water generally considered more pure, better quality than water found in other states?
I think the people in other states would take exception to that. I mean, everybody likes their groundwater, everybody has a different perspective on that. But Hawaii is blessed with a lot of rainfall, so you don't have a shortage of water. You've got lots of water coming into the system that's available to you.
And so Hearings Officer Chang was referring earlier to what we all learned in elementary school about the rain falling the ko'olaus, and it penetrates through just a lot of rock, which serves as a filter. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Well, it does. It depends on the fracturing in that rock. Some might get to groundwater more quickly than others, but the subsurface typically acts to filter out, things that might be in there, but typically you wouldn't expect a lot of that in rainwater, right?
Okay. And so in terms of purity, in terms of contaminants and purity, is it fair to say that Hawaii's groundwater generally is more pure, less contaminated than found in many other states that you have traveled in and done work in?
Not necessarily. It depends where you're at. So you've got issues related to agricultural activities with somewhat persistent chemicals in various parts of your aquifer system, right? Maybe pesticides. You've got golf courses. You look at golf courses, the amount of fertilizer, pesticides, herbicides they use, a lot of that gets into groundwater. You've got leaking sewer systems. A lot of that gets into groundwater. So there's also, you got dry cleaners with solvents. Some of that gets into groundwater. And so you've got, depending where you're at, you've got all these potential issues in groundwater that you have to take into consideration. And if you look at the recent BWS water quality sample reports, you see a lot of this stuff at low concentrations in the monitoring well they have that's not related to Red Hill, and also at Halava Shaft.
Huh. So when we think about those sources of contamination on Oahu, most of those sources of contamination are at the surface, correct? As opposed to the Red Hill tanks, which are significantly below the surface of the ground, right?
Some may or may not be. There might be underground tanks that have had prior releases or cesspools, things like that. It just depends on where you're at.
Okay, so you've identified a number of sources and you recognize that it's important to take steps to protect the groundwater from many sources of possible contamination, right?
Yeah, nobody wants to impact the groundwater, contaminate it. So you try to take as much precaution and engineering effort as you can to prevent that from happening. But if it does happen, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You need to assess that and make sure it's not going to impact a water supply or an environmental receptor somewhere.
And do you okay, I understand that's your standard, but do you understand that in Hawaii we have a different standard, that it's not just about protecting the water that is currently used for drinking, but it actually protects all groundwater? Do you understand that? I know you may not care. I'm asking you whether you understand.
I understand your perception, but that's not necessarily consistent with the guidance DOH has. DOH understands these types of things may happen from time to time, and then they prescribe methods to make sure it's not going to cause an adverse risk to human health or the environment.
And do you understand that the Hawaii Supreme Court has articulated a different standard that calls for the protection of the purity of our water? Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
Again, I understand that, but there's all sorts of things that, like I talked about, that may impact that. Leaking sewers, recharge from golf courses, leaking tanks, leaking cesspools, runoff from roads, from asphalt roads. There's all sorts of things, dry cleaners, agricultural activities. There's all sorts of things that occur that from our activities that have the potential to impact groundwater. But fortunately, there's a way to address that.
And I want to know, at the Red Hill, all the monitoring wells you have at Red Hill, have you found contamination from dry cleaners?
Yes, well, we found halogenated solvents. We're not quite sure where that came from.
Yeah, are there a lot of dry cleaners located right by the right by Red Hill?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, and what about pesticides? Do you find any pesticides in the groundwater monitoring wells at Red Hill?
BWS did.
At the Red Hill, which well was that?
It was that well they put in 2017.
And that's located Mauka of the Red Hill facility, or where is that?
No, it's located close to our monitoring well, RHMW09, on the southwest flank of the hill.
Okay. How about sewage? Find any sewage in any of the monitoring wells?
I don't think we look for viruses or anything like that.
Okay. I want to have you look at your report. I can't remember the abbreviation. Is it FER?
Facility Environmental Report?
I guess so. That's attached to your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, this is sort of a grammatical question, but I think it's important for clarity. So, and you went over this with the hearings officer, and I want to talk to you. I know this might sound absurd to you, but I want to talk about the use of commas, because I think there might be some commas missing that are needed for clarity. So let's go over the sentence. The Navy first developed the Red Hill GWPP. I assume that's groundwater protection plan or something?
Yes, that's correct.
In 2008, at DOH's request, after previous environmental investigations showed that past inadvertent releases had impacted the fractured lava rock, parentheses basalt. And I believe there should be a comma here, right? Comma, underlying basal, groundwater, comma, and soil water, soil vapor beneath the facility with petrohydrocarbons. Am I correct about that?
I guess we could have put a comma in there.
Well, so I just want to point out there's distinct things. You're talking about impacting the fractured lava rock. You're talking about impacting the underlying groundwater, and you're talking about the soil vapor, correct?
Right.
Okay. Just want to make sure those are separate clauses and that you are recognizing that the facility has impacted the underlying groundwater, right?
And that was our intent in the statement, to describe that. I'm sorry if my grammar was a little off.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr. Page, anything?
Just one quick question. If the EAL level gets exceeded for the Red Hill shaft, what action does the Navy take for TPH?
So are you talking about in groundwater or in the drinking water?
The drinking water.
So then they would have, so if it was TPH, for instance, they would evaluate that to see if it was related to a laboratory issue or if it was a real fuel impact, and then go from there.
Okay, if it was a fuel impact, what would the action?
Well, they would have to do something about that to, so that it doesn't go into the drinking water supply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we are concluded with Mr. Stanley, right? No one has.
The Navy has no further questions.
All right. Mr. Stanley, thank you very much. Appreciate your information and patience with us. Let's go off record, take a break for lunch, and come back afterwards.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Chang, and everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councils, just to let you know, I'm sure you've not been able to monitor your emails. I emailed to you during our last break the very rough draft that I have of an outline for your review and for our hopeful discussion. So sometime when you have time, you can take a look at it. At least you can see the framework that I'm trying to develop for the consideration and presentation of the information. So it is by no means complete. So I do welcome your input and suggestions. And if you think that something's not appropriate, by all means, point that out. One thing that I'm not clear on in my mind as to how much detail we need to address with regard to AOC related matters. And that kind of relates back to the question I asked earlier about, the AOC relative to the regulatory and statutory standards that exist. So 12:30, shall we pick up at 1:30? Is that all right with everyone?
Yes, sir.
And we're going with Mr. Panthen, right?
Yeah, the Navy's will have its last witness available at 1:30, Mr. Donald Panthen.
Okay, very good. So we'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
We had a little hiccup with our witness in that he has the link from the day he was scheduled to testify instead of today. He was the witness who moved. So we're getting it to him. It might be a few minutes before he comes on.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Panthen is coming in. Is he an officer? Does he have a rank that we should acknowledge?
Mr. Panthen's retired. So he's a civilian.
Okay.
You can call him retired. Retired commander, I guess, right?
All right.
Hi, this is Donald Panthen for the audio check. Can you hear me over?
Yes, it's good so far.
No, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I think those that need to be present are present. Does anybody need to wait for anybody to join us?
Not for the Navy. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Let's go on the record and take up the testimony of Mr. Panthen. Mr. Panthen, may I ask you to take your oath at this time? The court reporter will be administering the oath.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And for the Navy, who will be conducting the exam?
I'll handle this for Mr. Panthen, sir. Good morning, Mr. Panthen. Can you just introduce yourself to Mr. Chang?
Mr. Chang, good afternoon. I am Donald Panthen.
What's your current position?
I am the program director for the Red Hill Program Management Office, working for Navy Region Hawaii.
And what are your responsibilities as the Red Hill Program Director?
My primary responsibility is in management, oversight, and facilitation of administrative order consent between the Navy, DLA, EPA, and Department of Health for Hawaii. It was signed in 2015 and goes to 2037, comprising of 52 tasks with 31 deliverables during that 22 period timeframe.
So you previously submitted written testimony in this case, and I understand we have some largely updates to your written testimony. So I'm going to walk you through those, but bear with me while I share my screen.
Okay.
Karen? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. this one. It's open, so why didn't it share? It's right there on my screen.
Share screen.
Share screen.
Screen do you want to share?
I want to share the PDF that I just had. Oh, there it is.
No, click share.
Is that sharing?
Yes, it is.
All right. That is an enormous success for me. So stand by. All right. So Mr. Panton, I'm going to go to page 12 of your written testimony. Are you all able to see this scrolling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On line 5 and 6 of this document, your original testimony said the Navy and the DLA received the regulating agency's response to the TUA decision document on October 30th, 2020. Is that the correct date?
No, it's October 26, 2020.
Okay. I'm now going to move to page 13 of your original testimony. And on lines 12 and 13, your testimony provided that the regulatory agencies granted the Navy and the DLA the opportunity to cure the defects posed in 16 requests for information to the Navy and the DLA. Were all of those requests for informations or RFIs related to the tank upgrade alternatives?
No, sir. Of the 16 requests we received for additional information, 6 of them were aligned with the tank upgrade alternatives, and 10 of them were aligned with the release detection decision document.
Okay. On page 15 of your original testimony, at line 11 through 14, you said because the release detection decision document was an AOC statement of work or SOW section 4 requirement and not dependent on the TUAD, which would be, I understood, tank upgrade alternative decision document, the Navy and DLA will submit their responses to the regulating agencies RFIs separately. Is the Navy and DLA submitting the 6 RFIs for the release detection document separately from its response for the TUAD?
No, after clarifying the RFIs with the regulators, we think it's achievable to have all the RFIs fully responded to in the next few months. With that said, the current approach is to submit a single supplemental supporting both documents.
On page 17 at the top, lines 1 through 3 of your testimony, you provided that the Navy and the DLA have drafted a work plan to support section 5.4 of the AOC, which was sent to the regulators on November 16th, 2020 for review of the draft work plan with the regulating agencies on November 19th, 2020. Section 5.4, does that refer to the destructive coupon testing work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the current status of the draft work plan that the Navy submitted to the regulating agencies on November 16th?
Well, since the date of this testimony, we made great progress, and we actually submitted the execution plan to perform the work in 5.4 to the regulators on December 21st of 2020. The regulators have received the execution plan to support this section, and it's already been posted to EPA's website.
On the top of page 18 at line 2 and 3, I'm sorry, just line 2. You said the next working group is planned for the spring of 2021. in the previous sentence, you said the groundwater, I'm sorry, in the previous paragraph of this, you referred to the groundwater flow model working group. Has there been a date scheduled for the spring of 2021?
Yes, working with the USGS, a date has been set for the next working group on February 23rd, later this month.
And on line 19 of page 20, I apologize. I'm sorry, page 19. On lines 10 through 13 of page 19, I'm sorry, your testimony provided that the Navy submitted to the regulating agencies on November 12, 2018. This report was the phase 1 of the Navy and DLA's work under section 8. On October 19th, 2019, the Navy and the DLA submitted the risk vulnerability assessment phase 2 of the statement of work to the regulating agencies. Are there any corrections to the dates that you need to provide for this?
Yes, on the QRVA was submitted to the regulators on May 29th, 2019, and was approved on September 23rd, 2019. Also, the updated statement of work that supports phase 2 of the RVA was submitted to the regulators on December 23rd, 2020.
All right. On lines 5 through 7 on page 20, your testimony concerning the next phase of the risk vulnerability assessment provided, the Navy and the DLA will incorporate the recommendations into the updated statement of work, which the regulatory agencies and stakeholders will again review as part of the QVA process. What is the current status of phase 2 of the RVA?
I'm sorry, that's the last sentence I said.
That's the same correction?
That's the same correction, sir.
Okay.
Phase 2 of the RVA was submitted on December 23rd, 2020 to the regulators.
Okay, I'll review. I may have misordered one, so we can correct that afterwards, but I'm going to move to my last one that I have, and it's on page 21. At line 12. In your original testimony, you provided that since 2014, the United States has invested approximately $203 million into the Red Hill facility. Has that figure changed?
Yes, I updated to the current number, which is 218 million.
Okay. I will review my notes in case there is one that I missed, but Mr. Chang will offer up Mr. Panthen for cross-examination, and I'll figure out how to unshare my screen. Stop sharing. I did it. All right. I'm very proud of that skill that I just did.
Mr. Chang, you're on mute.
Thank you. I went on mute because there was a fire engine going by. Another one. Who will be conducting the exam for the board?
I will, Mr. Panthen. I mean, hearing officer Chang.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Gannon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Panthen. I'm Ella Foley-Gannon, and I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply in this proceedings. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and for accommodating the schedules. I know you've been on hold for a while, so we appreciate your coming to talk to us. I just have a couple of questions regarding your written testimony. that I wanted to talk through with you. First off, in your written testimony, you talk about the investigation that was undertaken following the Tank 5 release. You know which part of your testimony I'm referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what I wanted to understand, and you also referenced that investigation. You were after doing that investigation, you were able to develop some lessons learned. Is that right?
I would have to go back and refer to lessons learned. I know the three things that really led to the issue in 2014.
Okay. So in that investigation, did you do a root cause analysis?
Oh, no, ma'am. That was before my time. Actually, I've been on board here in this position for 1 year today.
Okay. Well, happy anniversary.
Thank you very much.
And so Commander Whittle, who testified earlier in the week, he said that there was a root cause analysis done, but he didn't know where we could find it. So you're not aware of that either, of where we could find it if it's been done?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, then you get to skip a whole bunch of questions. You reference in your document that there are a number of upgrades that are being studied or contemplated by the Navy right now. Are any of these upgrades designed to prevent releases?
I think to prevent releases, a lot of things have gone in and currently in practice today, which was an enhanced clean, inspect, repair process that's currently in place today. We've taken actions on other items that were recommended to us. I think you've heard a few of these during this week. Removal of smaller nozzles, upgrades and replacement to valves, reinforcing pipelines, and other items out there. But there's been, I say, several improvements overall in support of the AOC.
Okay, so those would be, as you said, you're working on now upgrading your term process. Is that right?
Yeah, and some of them are, yes, they've been upgraded in the current term report, and which was approved and currently being practiced today.
But well, we'll get to that in a minute. And then you say that there's going to be, we talked a lot with other representatives of the Navy about the nozzle work that's being done. And but as things stand right now, the nozzles, as I understand, have been replaced at Tank 5. Is that correct? And not at the others yet. Okay. Okay. Then I just have some questions about the AOC, and I assume based on your testimony, your written testimony, that you can speak to probably most of the provisions of the AOC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because we've had some confusion about who can speak to what, so I appreciate having you here to address that. So when we look at Section 2, which relates again to the term process that we were just discussing, you state in your testimony that everything under Section 2 is done. Is that your reference?
Currently, Section 2, according to the AOC, is completed, and I'll say with one caveat. If there's future opportunities or new technology or something learned in a different section in the future, we can go back and update Section 2, but Section 2 is currently complete.
But didn't you just reference that under Section 5.4, and we can pull up documents about this, but what I've read is that through the process of 5.4, the agencies have already told you have to update your term process and improve it.
No, the Section 5.4 is the execution plan to further analyze the data out of Section 5.3.3. Now, we just embarked upon that. That'll probably be an 18 to 24 month process. Now, depending on the findings upon completion, it could have a recommendation to update the term, but that work has not been done yet. So it's unknown at this time.
There's been no discussion with the agencies about the need to update the term. There's been no suggestion that they want you to update the term.
That we just submitted the 5.4 work plan to evaluate possibilities that could update the term process, but the results have not been derived at this time. So we've had discussions, and those discussions are what built the execution plan for the next phase of work, but the work hasn't been done yet, so there's no findings to make any final recommendations.
Okay, and that was just submitted. So that's something that I obviously haven't had a chance to see yet.
Yeah, that was submitted on December 21st to the regulators, and I believe it's posted on the EPA's website right now.
I think I just heard maybe this got posted yesterday or 2 days ago, and we've been busy the last couple of days, so I haven't had a chance to, yeah, not to spend much time on the EPA website, so I haven't had a chance to view that. But okay, then turning to section 3 of the AOC. Again, that relates to the TUA, right? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the tank upgrade alternative section. And we've gone over this letter a couple of times, but what's the status currently of the TUA?
We submitted a letter to the regulators on November 23rd, outlining the next steps of how we're going to respond to the 16 requests for additional information that support both the tank upgrade alternative decision document and the release detection decision document. Since we submitted that letter, we've had meetings with the regulators. We have contacted the regulators upon each RFI to clarify the RFI and expectations, and we're working on the RFI development and response at this time.
Okay, and if I can pull up maybe 75. Bear with us, it just takes us a second.
Not a problem.
What is that from? What's that from? Okay, so you're familiar with this as we were just talking about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we can go down. And I won't belabor the point. We've read this language a number of times that the agencies did not approve it and it needed clarifications, et cetera. But if we can go down further. I'm going to go to the 11689 states number. Here. No. Sorry, go down. Yeah, that one. No, down further. Okay, and in your decision document, you reference the fact that that these kind of comments and requests for information, the Navy viewed as just being part of the regular process. Is that an accurate reading of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like you to look at this paragraph, which starts with the expectations for the decision document were discussed. You see that paragraph which I'm talking about?
Yes, and I got to say the right-hand side's cut off a little bit because I'm seeing everybody come down the right-hand side in a column.
I've got the same thing. My pictures are over there too. So we can make it a little smaller and then a little larger.
Glasses. All right, what is it?
Can you read that now?
Yes, ma'am.
So in this paragraph, they're talking about a number of meetings, right, that occurred between the parties to talk about what needed to be in the decision document. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they talk about letters that were on March 7th, 2018, May 21, 2018, May 6, 2019, August 30th, 2018, November 29th, 2018. So, and then again, it goes on and talks about more conversations. So in all of these conversations and all of these meetings, were the agencies and the Navy talking about what the TUA document decision document should include?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they talking about the level of analysis that needed to be done?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm going to caveat that with one thing. There is not one overriding document that supports all the deliverables in the AOC. Each section of the AOC has its own deliverables and its own timeline. So a lot of this is point in time. When the TUA decision document was submitted in September of 2019, the groundwater flow model and the IRR documents were still in development and process, and they weren't even submitted until March of 2020. So yes, I'll say the TUA decision document had, I'll say, a more engineering aspect to it, but that's because we had other AOC products supporting these other areas in environmental and risk, and it was just the overall timing when they were submitted. When we got back to the RFI, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
No, please finish. I'm sorry. I can't see you. You're not on my little side thing. So I apologize. So please finish.
Okay. And so knowing that when we qualify, respond to these RFIs, we're going to respond holistically, not only using the information we already provided in the TUA decision document, but we're also going to pull and reference information in other AOC documents that we submitted that will answer and respond to the RFI questions.
How many of those underlying documents have been approved by the regulatory agency?
I think out of the 31 deliverables we have probably about 18 already approved or accepted, and probably another 13 that will be pending over the next several years.
Accepted or approved? Like I know, like the 6 and 7 deliverables have been submitted, but I know they haven't been approved.
Yeah, so those are not in the 18. Those are the ones that are not done because they're still pending because we have not received any feedback on those 2 documents.
What's in the 18? That seems like a high number from what I've seen. And I'm surprised by that.
Deliverables.
Can you list those 18 for me?
Some of them were the scopes of work to support the decision documents. So there was a scope of work for the TUA decision document. There's also a TUA report before the TUA decision document. So just in section 3, there's probably about maybe three other deliverables that we had to submit, which were approved.
I got it. Thank you for that.
Upon each other, and that's what I'm saying. Each section has its separate deliverables with a separate timeline, and we don't define when they get submitted. The AOC defines the timelines and when things are submitted.
Sure, I understand that. I was more looking towards, and maybe it's going to be difficult to tease this out, but not talking about scopes of works or the sort of interim documents, but really looking at the final documents, like the final groundwater protection plan, the final models, the TUA decision, the destructive testing, the sort of final products. And again, maybe this isn't possible to define that, but do you understand the kind of the distinction that I'm trying to get at?
Yes, ma'am, slightly. And unless we pulled up a big chart somewhere outlining this for you, I could see your point of view. But even with the TUA decision document, even once it's approved, it's not fully, it's approved, but it has a 5-year term. So 5 years from now, we're going to be doing another TUA decision document.
Oh, sure, completely understand that. But there still is a point in time where a document like the TUA decision document gets approved. And sure, 5 years from now, it's like a permit. Easements have to renew them every 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I understand that, but there still is an issuance date of a permit, and there's an approval date. So I was just trying to get a sense of that, but maybe without a table. But I think I've got the sense of this. And as I said, we talked about the major ones as part of this discussion. So, but thank you for clarifying what that 18 means. And again, in your testimony, you describe, in addition to the measures that we talked about under the term and the nozzle upgrades, you talk about a number of other upgrades that were identified in the TUA document that go beyond what is currently being done. Can you describe those kind of major improvements?
Some of the major improvements were physical aspect. Some were personnel. I know they hired additional personnel, independent quality control individuals, safety, a separate contracting officer. So there was aspect on the personnel side, and along with the physical aspect side, and improvements to the CIR program overall.
And didn't you also propose things like installing the, you know, the real-time monitoring and building, possibly, you know, doing the pilot study and possibly building a wastewater treatment facility for Red Hill, those kind of like major improvements?
Well, I went over overall, which is really how all the systems work, which will be one of our responses to the RFIs. There are multiple systems in place and with continuous improvement. I think you already heard tank tightness testing, which was a biannual, no, twice a year. It went down to a year. Navy took the initiative and went down to every 6 months. And beyond that, we're pursuing to install equipment in each tank permanently, and that will kick off later this year. Another aspect you heard was soil vapor monitoring, which is currently conducted monthly. And we have a pilot out there, which will kick off this year to look to have real-time soil vapor monitoring. So those are continual improvements to the overall program at Red Hill.
In a number of these measures are not actually described in the permit application, which is presently pending before the Department of Health. Is that true?
Ma'am, I oversee the administrative order on consent, which is not the operating permit that's under discussion here. So the operating permit is not on here. I can say a lot of the products we're working on and how the program is benefiting from the AOC could have some correlation and support to the operating permit, but I don't have any insight to the requirements of the operating permit, ma'am.
Okay, because so you're not aware if the permit application described things like doing the 24-hour soil vapor monitoring or constructing a water treatment plant or those kind of improvements that have not been implemented yet. If those were not described you don't know that those are described in the permit application or not.
No, I have not reviewed the permit application, ma'am.
Okay. I think I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Frankel.
I hope this is going to be really short. Mr. Panton, so none of your testimony is relevant to whether the Department of Health should grant this permit or not, right? It's rather all your testimony really is about the Navy's compliance or non-compliance with the AOC, but it's not really relevant to the issue of whether the Department of Health should grant the Navy's application for a permit. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. I am responsible for the AOC. The only caveat I gotta say, I think a lot of the good work and the products of the AOC support the overall Red Hill program.
I understand. And you're not promising as a part of the Navy's application for a permit to replace a specific number of nozzles within the 5 years of the permit, are you?
On the 5 years of permit, I can tell you the current schedule to the AOC. I know the schedule. We're taking one tank offline each year. We already have 4 tanks offline. We already completed tank 5, and we have the other 2 tanks offline. So in 5 years, it will be 12 tanks, but the schedule also reflects we're trying to accelerate a little bit. So we should have 13 tanks completed or offline in the next 5 years.
So are you making that a promise? Is the Navy making that promise to the Department of Health here today that by 2026, there will be only 5 tanks left with small nozzles?
Objection is a relevance question. It's not relevant whether they makes a promise on its permit application. It's submitting an application based on the facts it presented. I don't think a promise is a question under the regulations.
Okay, well,
you want to rephrase your question?
Well, the Navy has made a series of representations through a series of witnesses about the improvements that they will be making in the future. If it's the Navy's position, as Mr. McKay has outlined, that the application is based on strictly what's in the application, that one document, and none of the representations from any of the Navy witnesses, I'm fine with that. Then this hearing is not about any representations the Navy's making about it, what it's going to be doing in the future. And I want to be clear about that.
The objection is to the form of the question. The question is asking Mr. Panton to make a promise. I don't know the legal relevance to the permit, the AOC, or anything concerning a promise. It's not a, this isn't a contract.
Actually, a permit is a contract with conditions. And if the Navy's not promising to do anything, we should be clear about that.
Maybe we can phrase the questions in terms of what are the planned commitments or action steps, recognizing that plans can change.
Well, then that's not, I'm not actually interested in that, because that's not a basis for the Department of Health to make a decision. When it, for example, the AOC has very specific things that need to be done, and there are consequences of not doing that. So I'm not interested in lofty ideals that the Navy may have. I want to know what they're willing, what they're committing to. What would be, for example, like the Sierra Club does not want to see this application approved. Maybe in the end, you will disagree with the Sierra Club and say, yes, the Navy's application should be approved, but you're going to put conditions on them. We should have a good idea of what the Navy is willing to. If the Navy's not willing to say that it's going to replace more than one nozzle, we should know that. And if Mr. Panther is not the right person, he can say that.
Sir, I don't have an objection to the question of what the Navy is going to commit to. The previous question that Mr. Frankel phrased in that question was he wanted a personal commitment and a promise to him from Mr. Floyd. So my objection was to the form of the question in the same manner.
All right.
I think I'm not objecting to the question as you rephrased it, the commitments the Navy is making under the AOC.
Well, so what commit for the next 5 years? What is the Navy's commitment in terms of these small nozzles?
We're taking one tank offline each year for the inspection process. And during that process, the small nozzle will be removed. So in 5 years, by 2026, we'll have 12 tanks, either with a small nozzle replaced or offline in the process of being replaced or removed. Also looking at the current schedule last week, we're going to try and accelerate the inspection process slightly. And I think according to the current schedule, we should have 13 tanks, either with a nozzle removed or offline in the process to be removed in the next 5 years.
So in other words, 5 tanks filled with fuel will still be operating in 2026 if the Navy gets this permit, correct?
Yes, they will be scheduled the following year. So in 1 year later, there'll be one more offline. 1 year later, there'll be another one offline.
Okay, that's fair. Just one other area I wanted to ask. In your testimony, you say that the Navy is, quote, pursuing either implementing secondary containment or removing the fuel from the facility by 2045. Do you remember that in your testimony?
I know the Navy's commitment. I would have to refer to it back in my testimony, but I've heard that statement before.
Okay, let's see if we can bring that up from your testimony. I will. So do you see your testimony on the sort of bottom part of page 12 there?
Yes, sir.
And do you see you use the date 45 when it comes to secondary containment?
Yes, sir.
And I know your focus is on the AOC rather than the permit application. But are you aware that the state's underground storage tank rules require for the Red Hill fuel tank facility and similar field constructed tanks that secondary containment be made available, not made available, that secondary containment exists by 2038?
I don't know the details of the state requirements.
And are you willing to, has the Navy made a commitment to either remove the fuel or implement secondary containment by 2038 or not?
No, that's not what I wrote. What I wrote here is the Navy made a commitment beyond the AOC for secondary containment by 2045.
And if the rules would require 2038, that's not really above. I guess the date's above, but in terms of an environmentally protective measure, that's less. That's in fact violating the Hawaii state rules. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. I'm not familiar with the Hawaii state rules.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Page.
No questions.
Okay. Mr. McKay, any further direct?
Yes, sir. I may have one or two, but I want to line up a document. If we could just go off the record, but we can stay in place.
All right, we'll go off record for a moment.
156.
Hold on. Okay, sir. We can go back on the record.
Back on the record.
Mr. Panthen, when did the Navy submit its to a decision document? Do you recall the date that it submitted that decision document to the regulator?
It was September 9th, 2019.
And what's the date of the deficiency notice that the regulator submitted back to the Navy? Do you recall that? I believe Mr. Gannon showed you the document.
October 26th, 2020.
So in between the 13 months from the Navy submission and the regulator's response, you're saying that other sections of work under the AOC were completed?
Completed and submitted during that time period, yes.
And those other sections were relevant to the Navy's decision document?
They're relevant overall to the overall AOC, and they support and combine all these documents together, combined to support all recommendations made, but they were still in process at the time when the to a decision document was submitted in September 19.
Do any of those decision documents concern any of the 16 RFIs that regulating agencies have posed to the Navy?
Those future documents that were submitted at a later point in time were part of the RFIs that the regulators asked for us to apply more risk and environmental to our assessment. And so we will be referencing those documents when we compile our response, which were not available or completed in September 19.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Gannon.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I'd like to pull up a document here.
Okay.
And this is the submittal that you were just discussing that was done in December under 5.4. Is that correct, Ms. Panthen?
It looks like the cover, yes.
Okay. I'd like to go down to page 3 of this document, and I'm sorry there isn't any date stamps, but again, this was just made available online on the EPA's website 2 days ago. And I literally have had it for 5 minutes, so it hasn't been submitted. But you were speaking about the fact that there hasn't been a decision made that the term has to be updated. Can you just read this first paragraph of the executive summary for me?
You're going to have to blow it up, ma'am.
Oh, sure.
Would you please?
Is that better?
Yep. You want the first sentence?
The first whole paragraph, please.
Okay. The purpose of the AOC section 5.4 is to improve the current inspection process as stated in the AOC section 2.4, tank inspection, repair, and maintenance term. Decision document dated 24 April 2017. The agreed upon goal by the regulatory agencies, RAs, Navy, DLA, Defense Logistic Agency, for the improved term process is to achieve no release during the service intervals between the clean, inspect, and repair CIR events. Improvements will focus on significant and practical opportunities to increase the confidence in achieving term performance goals.
Thank you. So the way I read this, and again, I haven't had as much time to spend with this, but it sounds to me like the parties have decided that there needs to be improvements to the term process. Is that not a correct reading of this?
No, what was decided is the future areas we want to pursue to see if they identify opportunities that could update and improve the term process. But those decisions have not been made at this time because the work has not been completed.
But when they say an agreed upon goal for an improved term process, that doesn't imply or mean that the parties have agreed that there has to be an improved term process. So there was an agreed upon goal, but not an agreement that the process had to be done.
There was an agreed upon goal to pursue the data that was found in section 5.3.3 to see if it identifies future opportunities to improve the current process. And with anything that's identified, if this improves the process, it will be incorporated, but the work has not been done in section 5.4 to derive any outcome or recommendations at this point in time.
Okay, but there's going to be work done under this section with regard to the term.
Yes.
Thank you. I need to take that down. One other question I just wanted to get a clarification on. What was the process? What was the point of doing the TUA decision document?
The point to look at tank upgrade alternatives.
And what's the standard that they had to meet?
The standard to meet is overall is to ensure the safety, protection of the environment, protection of human health, and protection of our drinking water.
And so when the agencies found that this was what had been proposed and provided, at least as of October 26, 2020, they determined that standard had not been met. Is that correct?
No, the way they responded to us, which they call cure for deficiencies, posing 16 RFIs, was asking for amplifying information. That amplifying information actually has been supplied to the regulatory agencies, but in different documents that were submitted. So we're going to respond to those RFIs holistically, pulling information from several documents to provide them the appropriate response.
So this again is that letter. So if we can just read the first highlighted sentence there.
Pursuant to section 7B of the AOC, the regulatory agencies disapproved the submittal and are providing this notice of deficiency on the decision document.
So they disapproved it. So they found that it didn't meet the requirements as of what was submitted. And I agree with you that there's a whole discussion about how it's going to be fixed. But as of October 26, 2020, the agencies determined that what had been provided did not meet that standard that we just discussed. Is that correct?
I have to provide you some amplifying information, ma'am. In the AOC itself, there's only a fixed number of ways that the regulators can respond to us in reference to the AOC. It's approval, disapproval, or cure for deficiencies. Basically, the cure for deficiency is a modification. And with a document of this, size and impact, we expected to receive RFIs back asking for amplifying information. So as I stated, this is part of the feedback process. So we received it back. We received the RFIs that they're requesting information for, and we're going to fully develop those RFIs, answering the questions, and provide a supplemental to this document so they can make a better business decision.
Okay, then can we read that next highlighted sentence?
The regulatory agencies have determined that the tour decision document lacks detail, clarity, rationale, and justification to demonstrate that the actions described in the decision document are the best available practical technology, BAP, for the tanks and operations at the Red Hill.
And then it says facilities on the next page, but we don't have to go down for that. So again, this sounds like, and I agree that they're requesting additional information, but it sounds like what they're saying here is that the information provided, because it lacked detail and clarity and rationale and justification, it wasn't able to meet the standard that was necessary to demonstrate that what was proposed was the BAP.
And my appropriate response to that is AOC is, this is one of the 8 sections in the AOC. The information that they predominantly asked for in their request for information was associated with section 6, section 7, and section 8 being risk. And those products were being worked on in parallel at the same time, and 2 of them being submitted after the tour decision document was submitted in September 19. They were submitted in March of 2020. So I would say the tour decision document had more engineering aspect, but now that we've seen the RFIs, we're going to pull the appropriate data from the other documents we've already provided to the regulators to give them a holistic point of view, connecting all the dots, showing them how the systems work together to support the overall program. So they did say that in here, the lack of detail and clarity, rationale, but that information that they're asking for in the RFIs were in other documents that we have already submitted, or have since submitted to the regulators.
Can't they also conditionally approve something?
Yes, ma'am, they can conditionally approve too.
And they can conditionally approve it, like I have seen other documents where they'll reference work that had happened since it was submitted, and they would conditionally approve it based upon carrying out those things. So when they denied this, they didn't make any reference in this document to all of these things that have been submitted since the original document and October 26, 2020, unless I missed it. So again, it appears that as of October 26, 2020, the agencies were determining that this document was deficient.
No, I think the information they were looking for with all the documents, even if you scroll down further in this document, you'll say, hey, we also recognize there was things that they recommended for us to proceed with.
Sure, we can scroll down. Where is that?
I refresh my memory down here, but they recommended to pursue with some release detection, which was the tank tightness testing. You're going too fast for my reading style.
Oh, sorry, slow down.
So also in here, they provided information for us to continue with certain near-term, oh, there it is. I think it's there. The regulatory agencies believe that certain near-term aspects of the decision documents submitted in September 19 are prudent. And we recommend the Navy to move forward implementing those actions that reduce the risk of the facility, which we have been doing. And they said
Sorry, you want us to go down further?
No, you asked me where it was. It's right there at the bottom of page 2.
No, but that to me doesn't say that they're talking about anything that you submitted since September 2019. They're saying that part of the document that you submitted in 2019 suggested that you were going to do some things that would be good to reduce risk immediately, and they wanted you to do those. That's the way I read that sentence. You read that sentence. I'm sorry, can you explain to me again how you read that sentence?
That part of the recommendations in the tour decision document were prudent, and they recommended to us proceed. What they were asking for more information on in most of the RFIs is how all the systems work together holistically, and to support asking additional amplifying information on risk and environmental, which were other documents that were submitted. So in our appropriate response, which we're currently working on, we're going to pull that information from those documents to clarify, to develop those RFIs and provide the supplemental back to the regulators.
Okay, we can take this down. No further questions.
I have a follow-up question or two.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Frankel, representative from your client has joined us.
Great.
Okay.
We'll get to you in a second, Jody. So can I finish with Mr. Panton now?
Yes, go ahead.
So Ms. Gannon was just asking you about that. It's a mouthful. Tank upgrade alternatives and release detection decision document, right?
Yes, sir.
And one question she asked you was about the purpose of that document. And I'd like to turn your attention to Exhibit B27, which I believe is the document that the Navy prepared. And does this look familiar? Is that it? Whoops. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go down to PDF page 13. And are you able to read this highlighted part, or is it
You just blow it up a little bit bigger, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There we go. Can you read that yet, or should I do it one more time?
Good there.
So this is your document, and you're familiar with this document, right?
Yes, sir.
And let me read this. I'll read this for you. Save your voice a little bit. The highlighted part. It says, the purpose of the TUA decision document is to satisfy the Red Hill AOC requirements and thereby advance the goals of ensuring that groundwater in the vicinity of the facility is protected, that the facility is operated and maintained in an environmentally protective manner, and that the Navy is able to sustain its mission in there's a really long acronym there, area of responsibility. Would you agree that's the purpose of the TUA document that the Navy prepared?
I'm sorry, what was the exact question?
Would you agree with that section I just read to you is the purpose of the TUA document?
Yes.
And the Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency rejected the TUA document prepared by the Navy because the Navy failed to provide sufficient information to justify its decision, correct?
No, that's incorrect, sir. The document was not rejected.
It was disapproved? Is that a better word?
Yes, because that's the language in the AOC that has to be used.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Page?
No questions.
Okay. I have a few questions, Mr. Penton. On page 7 of your testimony, you were talking about the responsive investigation after Tank 5 had that release incident in 2014. And there's a statement that refers to finding the stain on the wall. Let me see if I can find it exactly. Dampness on the wall. And I just wanted to ask if you know anything about it. This is, I think, before you began your role there. But do you know what this is referring to?
I was not there in person, sir. The information I provided is the information I heard.
Okay.
which I think other people have testified to the human error.
Okay, the main area of questions that I have for you has been really touched upon by many of the councils who have asked you questions, asking you about the status and stuff. There are 8 sections in the AOC, and I'm curious. It would be really helpful because I need to be able to understand all that you've been presenting, as well as the other witnesses, in order to report it to the director for the director's decision. And I'm wondering whether it's possible to have what I'm going to call a critical path method, kind of a chart that shows the status of all of the effort that has been undertaken under the AOC. So let me first ask you if you are familiar with that term, critical path method, as a means of trying to keep track of multiple lines of activities, all aimed at achieving an overall project. And you're nodding, so you are.
Yes, sir, I am. I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Would it be possible to have such a chart that will capture and show clearly and completely with regard to all 8 sections of the AOC, as to what its objectives were for each section, what the identified deliverables were, and the status. I understand it's a very dynamic situation because it's constantly changing, and that also it's kind of an interrelated task, because activities with regard to one section of the AOC impact another section of the AOC and the like. Do you have something like that, or would it be easy to put something like that together?
Sir, I do not have a chart that shows the critical path and a lag time of the forwards and backwards path. I would have to develop that for you, sir.
Oh, okay. I mean, it could also be done by councils in their summaries and whatnot, but it'd be nice if we could have that, because it would present in a very concise and hopefully clear way what all has been done under the AOC and where it stands. Now, I come back to perhaps some preliminary questions I should have asked you. Mm-hmm. You started out by explaining that the AOC was a document adopted in 2015 and contemplated a conclusion date of 2037. And I wondered, do you know the source and why the date of 2037 was picked?
I don't know why 2037 was picked. I know 2037 is the date that all the Red Hill tanks have to be upgraded with an approved BAP. BAP, again, is best available practical technology.
Okay, but that might be, is that a commitment statement within the AOC, or is that come from someplace else?
That is a requirement within the AOC.
Okay. If the kind of information that I am hoping to be able to get can be provided, it would also be helpful if it could be provided as of a specified date. Again, because it seems to be such a dynamic process that even after getting an as of chart that shows where all things stand as of a particular date, even that's going to be subject to change given a relatively short time frame of months. Mm-hmm. So it'd be nice to be able to try to understand where things are and the like. So it's a request from me, and I don't know about the mechanism as to whether we will be able to get that during the course of this hearing, but it's something that I would like to take up with representatives of the parties involved.
Sir, I will work with council and I'll take that as my homework assignment.
Thank you. In all of the AOC work, to what extent has the Board of Water Supply been a participating agency?
And a lot of their participation has been on the environmental side, basically focusing on Section 6 and Section 7. A lot of the participation was through the groundwater flow model working groups. We've had 15 of them to date, with number 16 scheduled for February 23rd of this month.
Okay, and then similar question with regard to the Sierra Club as an interested party. Has the Sierra Club been a participant in any aspect of the AOC?
That I'm not aware of, sir.
We're not allowed to.
All right, but I don't know why, but
I don't. We'd like to know too, but yeah, we're not allowed to participate.
okay. All right, thank you. I don't have other questions. Do any of the councils have follow-on questions?
I don't have any questions for the witness, but I do have one kind of question that we could take up on the record because it involves exhibits and kind of this moving target of the AOC.
Okay.
You know, the new document that Mr. Panther updated on the status that Ms. Gannon pulled up, you know, to examine him on is not in the record as an exhibit, except it's publicly available on the EPA's website. And as Mr. Frankel pointed out early on, you know, when we first started having status conferences, there's a requirement under the administrative rules to have the document in the record. My interpretation of that is if you can't really take some judicial notice of it. We have to actually physically put it in the record. And then if we miss something, we have to potentially litigate what that looks like later and why. So I would like to move that just to have that document into the record unless, you know, council has an idea to take notice of it.
Can we do that? Can we identify it and then give it a
Sure.
So I would object. I feel, I mean, I've seen it even less than Ms. Gannon has. She at least saw it for 3 minutes. What I would feel comfortable with is including that one page that was put up on the screen for us. I don't have a problem, kind of makes sense to have that one page put in, but beyond that, I mean, this is a document that hasn't been given to any of the parties yet, et cetera. And I would say related to that, and I don't know how far a tangent we want to go, I can foresee the Navy or the board, I don't think the Sierra Club, wanting to supplement this record with future things in the next few months. Let's say we don't know how long the whole decision is going to take. I think that needs to be resolved by motion rather than anything else. But so that's just my sentiment.
Yeah, my response would be we shouldn't put any partial documents in the record. We have to have a rule of completeness. If there's a full document, it goes in, it's got to go in.
And I was offering it really for impeachment purposes, not for the truth of what it says. Mr. Panther was testifying to it. I had a chance to look at just the executive summary that appeared in my mind to directly conflict with what he just said, and certainly can bring up a document that's not in the record for impeachment purposes. And so that was what I was offering it for. But I'm okay with certainly putting in the page that we've discussed for that purpose. So that, again, that's why I brought it up.
Ms. Gannon, how lengthy is that document?
It is 91 pages.
I was going to suggest as one possibility, could that document be provided in total to the Navy and to the Sierra Club so that they have a chance to review it? And then we can pick up on this as to whether it's acceptable to have the entire document submitted or only the page that was used.
Sure, and it's available on the EPA's website. We just pulled it up. The Navy obviously has it. They're the ones who submitted it. So I would assume they don't have any objection to the document itself because it's their document. The Sierra Club, I can either send it to you, Chemo, or you can pull it from the EPA's website.
If you send me the link, that's good enough.
Yeah.
No problem.
Right. So, and that's kind of my question, and it's a little bit procedural in that we have this, parallel path of the AOC that's moving, and we have deliverables that are being published in real time while this proceeding is going on. And that's a document that, is relevant, I think, even, and I appreciate that neither party's reviewed it yet, but is responsive and relevant to Dr. Norfleet's report in the sense that he takes issue with the coupon testing as we, as other Navy witnesses testified to. And that document is kind of the next phase of that work that was done. So,
Okay.
we can write a motion to admit it after the fact, but to the extent that Ms. Gannon used it for impeachment, I believe Dr. Norfleet, it should be available to be able to examine him on whether that work satisfies some of the opinions that he had.
Okay.
So it's for impeachment purposes, that's different than whether it satisfies him. And if you want to use that one page to ask him what he feels about that, that would be fine.
I understand, but I'm moving to have the whole document put in.
I understand you're willing to, but I think that.
No, I'm moving to have it admitted.
I understand. Okay, so I think that we probably do have to have an opportunity to read it before we respond to that. At least I would assume,
Sure.
I want to, and I would assume that probably the EHA and Sierra Club want to.
Okay, do we have a reference to that? It's an EPA document. What, do we have a title?
Yes. It is. It's a Navy document that's been approved and posted by the regulators, and it is the section 5.4 work plan, and it's available on the Red Hill EPA website, AOC website.
Okay, well, hopefully you all can review it. We will take this up perhaps tomorrow and see if we can come to some agreement or have a ruling on it. I don't think we need to have you guys, do it by motion and the like. I mean, by written stuff. So let's hope we can take care of it that way. We have one, I think we have one more witness planned, right, for this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And I'm hoping that it won't be too long and that we'll have some time. I would like to take up, have time to talk with councils about the draft that I sent you guys. I know you haven't had much time to look at it, but I just want to have a chance to talk about it. Okay, so shall we take a break and then plan to take, is it Ms. Malinowski who will be the next witness?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes.
Everybody want a 15-minute break, something like that?
15 be good.
Okay, why don't we resume in 15 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Panton. When Zoom changes the location of people on the screen, I have to double check to see if everyone's present. Let's see. Do we need to wait for David, Ms. Gannon?
I'm sorry, what was that, Hearings Officer Chang?
David's here. I didn't see him, so I didn't know if we were to wait for him.
We're good to go.
Okay, I think we have everybody who needs to be present, so let's go on the record. The Navy has concluded the presentation of their witnesses, and the Sierra Club now is presenting its witness, Ms. Malinowski. Hi. May I ask you to take your oath at this time? The court reporter will administer the oath, and then counsels will begin to ask questions, okay?
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Frankel.
The parties have Ms. Malinowski's declaration. It's not that long. She's available for cross-examination.
Okay. The Navy want to begin its examination?
Sounds good. Thank you. Ms. Malinowski, in paragraph 16 of your declaration, when we were referring to the Red Hill facility, you state that these underground storage tanks have been leaking from the time that they were built, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, isn't it true that the most recent release from the Red Hill tank was in 2014?
I believe so, yes.
And then in paragraph 29 of your declaration, you also state that the Red Hill Task Force report noted that elevated levels of total petroleum hydrocarbon diesel were found in groundwater after the January 14th release, correct?
Yes, but I'm not looking at the declaration right now too.
Sure. Okay. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and pull up S5, which is a document you referred to in your declaration. Razan, are you going to share S5?
Yes.
Thank you.
Got it.
So Ms. Malinowski, I'm showing you a document marked as S5. Do you recognize this document? We can scroll to the top to make sure.
Yeah. Yes.
And this document, as stated in paragraph 9 of your testimony, and this report is the 28th Legislative State of Hawaii 2015, pursuant to the Senate Concurrent Resolution 73, requesting the Department of Health to convene a task force to study the effects of the January 2014 fuel tank leak at the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility, right?
Correct.
And it was prepared by the State of Hawaii Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility Task Force, correct?
Yes.
And so if we can go ahead and turn to page 5, which is PDF page 7 of S5. Scroll down just a little bit. So can you read for us the first sentence of the third full paragraph, and it's starting with drinking water samples?
Sure. Drinking water samples were collected from 5 BWS drinking water sources and the regulatory drinking water distribution point for Navy drinking water well RH2254-01. All samples have been non-detect for petroleum contamination since the January release. Analytical results from the drinking water samples data were within applicable safe drinking water standards or below any federal maximum contaminant levels, MCLs. Refer to Table 1 of Appendix B for a comparison table.
Great. And the January release that the task force refers to is the January 2014 release, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Isn't it also true that the next paragraph there in that same report that states the task force finds that the BWS and Navy have undertaken significant efforts to assess the effects of the reported fuel leak on the environment and to protect drinking water sources?
Yes, that's what the document says.
And in that same report, the task force acknowledges that the BWS has accelerated sampling at nearby drinking water sources, correct?
Yes.
And that the Navy has performed extensive sampling and analysis of groundwater, drinking water, and soil vapor at or near the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility.
Mm-hmm.
And the task force also found that the Navy's drinking water source remains safe on analytical monitoring from certified laboratories that have been reviewed by DOH.
Yes.
And finally, that the Board of Water Supply has reported that 5 BWS drinking water wells in close proximity to Red Hill to date show no detections of petroleum chemical contaminants.
Yep, that's what it says.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, is the water you receive as a Board of Water Supply customer safe to drink?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is the water you receive as a Board of Water Supply customer meet all federal and state requirements?
I assume so, yes.
Great. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Just let's see. Does the Navy want to ask questions at this point, or do you want to defer to EHA first?
That we just finished. The Navy just finished.
I'm sorry. So if the Navy has done it,
no questions from EHA.
And the board.
I would just ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
Again, thank you, Ms. Malinsky, for joining us this afternoon. What's your concern about water on Hawaii in relation to Red Hill?
Absolutely. The Sierra Club and our members are very concerned about not just the drinking water, but the health of the groundwater as well. As we all know, this groundwater serves the aquifer that has the groundwater and the drinking water, how it's been explained to me, is essentially like a bowl of water. And you have different straws pulling, groundwater and drinking water samples, but it's all in the same aquifer. So our concern is, while the drinking water might be safe now, we have, 20 massive, aging, leaky fuel tanks 100 feet above our primary drinking water aquifer. And that if it were to get contaminated and fuel is to be released into the environment, there is no way for us to locate that fuel or clean it up. And once it's contaminated into the water, that's it, we're done. Our members do not want to drink polluted water, even if it's filtered. We have concerns about the safety of the water into the future. And that's basically been our whole campaign. The only way to really ensure the safety of this water is to relocate the fuel away from our drinking water aquifer. So that's been our position. We simply can't continue to risk this into the future. And, we have Navy documentation, a history of leaks, elevated trace amounts of petroleum-based contamination in some of the groundwater wells, Navy documentation showing a history of leaks. We have that risk and vulnerability assessment report showing a 27.6% chance risk every year of the tanks leaking up to 30,000 gallons, plus the chronic anticipated release of over 5,000 gallons of fuel every year. And for that, that's really unacceptable for us. We expect our state and the Navy to take precautions and to really relocate the fuel, because that's our primary concern. As so long as these tanks are in operation above our water, it will be a risk to our community. And this is my home, this is my family's home, and I'm here, to represent that today.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from parties?
No questions from the Navy.
Okay, I just have a few. Is the Sierra Club's position that the fuel tanks, if they're relocated, need to be above ground?
I would defer to Chemo's argument on that. Our position so far has been, we're really concerned about the location of the fuel. So when we say, relocate the tanks, what we really mean is relocate the fuel. I think there needs to be additional discussion and investigation of where would be the most appropriate place to put that tanks. But yes, generally speaking, we have been advocating for relocating the fuel away from the drinking water aquifer in above ground storage tanks.
But the aquifer underlies the great part of the island. Where is the Sierra Club thinking that the tanks should be relocated to?
I think that, like I said, there has to be additional research into that. So the Navy did do an alternate site location, but some of the criteria that they used really just preferred the same location that they have. Okay, so I think it was in 2018, they did alternative sites where they looked at 12 different sites of where we could potentially relocate the fuel. And the Navy had, one of the criteria that the Navy had as part of that relocation study was reliance on the fuel being gravity fed. And that gravity fed requirement basically means that, the fuel is going to have to be Malca. They basically concluded that their alternative site for relocation is Kapukahi, which is Red Hill, immediately adjacent to the existing facility, just building 40 new tanks. And so we have an issue with that because it is still 100% over our water. Granted, it is in new tanks, which would be an improvement of what we have right now. But really, that's our concern. How do we move it away from the drinking water resources? And so I'm not a hydrogeologist. I'm not a part of the Navy's inner circle to tell them where they have a capacity to move the fuel. But that's really our opinion, is that it needs to be moved away from the drinking water.
So does the Sierra Club have the same concern over the petroleum storage tanks for other entities?
I think The Red Hill facility poses the greatest threat to our drinking water resources. And it's for all of, essentially all of urban Honolulu's drinking water would be affected by these tanks. So because they pose the greatest risk to our water, we are most concerned about Red Hill. I'm sure there are other facilities and tank farms that we would also have some concerns with, but this is the one that has definitely elevated to the top for us.
All right, thank you very much. Any follow-on questions? If not, thank you very much. You are done.
Thanks.
Okay. Councils, I would like an opportunity to talk with you all about the draft that I sent you, and I'd like to do that. My preference is to do that either in a private conference room or off of live stream, if that's okay with everyone.
Before we do that, I just want to make sure that the record is clear because we may have been off the record last night. So just to be clear, the Sierra Club submitted 2 other declarations from Mr. Fraser and Mr. Ramsey, and all the parties agreed that they did not need to cross-examine them. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
Okay, and their testimonies are received.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, very good. And I'm sorry, Mr. Page, I probably should have checked with you. The EHA has not indicated that it wanted to present witnesses. Is that?
That's correct.
Changed? Okay. And perhaps one of the things we can talk about is this, if anybody has any rebuttal witnesses they want, but we can discuss that. So I'm going to end the hearing at this point. I will stop the live stream. Let me ask councils to remain, and then let's have a discussion about how we proceed. All right?
Do you need me anymore?
No,